Yes, you're audible.
Okay.
And sir, Sir Manoj and Sir Bartendu has some meeting. So
Okay.
can you give the self-introduction and start?
Yes. Yeah, that participants are there.
Yes, they're all here.
Okay. Yeah, I cannot see anyone. No, that's why. Yeah. So we can start, I hope.
Yes, you
1
can
minute
start.
time is there. Shall we wait or we can start?
You can start. We just finished 2-3 minutes ago.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Anyway, very good morning to everyone. Myself, since that our organizers, Deputy Coordinator Professor MK Barma and Dr. Bhartendu Singh are quite busy for some other work. So I just want to introduce myself. My name is Deptt Hajarika, Professor and Head, Department of Horticulture, Aromatic and Medicinal Plant, Mizoram University. So I have been working here since 2007. And today I'm going to deliver my lecture on organic agriculture in Northeast India, issues and concerns. So you might be knowing, I don't know that out of the total participants, so how many of you are from that agriculture background or that from horticulture background, but because I know that Professor Manoj told me that participants are from different backgrounds. But even though, since agriculture is the backbone of our country, and without agriculture we cannot think anything. So I hope that my lecture will be that useful for all, because at this present context, that you know that the importance of that organic farming or organic agriculture is very important. So all of you know about that. Anyway, that I just want to share my that slides. Sharing option is not coming.
You cannot search, sir.
Yes, I cannot see any that share option.
Okay.
Yes, now it is coming. Wait.
Okay. Sir, there may be some internet problem from your side.
Oh, is it?
Because your video is sometimes stuck.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I also saw it like that. Now is it okay?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. If any problem comes, you please let me know in between.
Okay.
So yes, my topic is that organic agriculture in Northeast India, issues and concerns. You know that the green revolutions in our country, it was that in the 70 decades, actually, green revolution was there in our country, and MS Swaminathan, he was the pioneer for this green revolution in our country. And with the green revolutions, actually, that after the green revolution, we have achieved a lot in that agriculture, especially that in that crop yield. That was possible because of that use of high-yielding varieties, use of that chemical fertilizers, use of pesticides, use of that high levels of mechanizations, irrigations, and due to all these things, actually, there was huge productions. The productivity of all the agricultural crops have been increased more than twofold as compared to that was before that green revolutions, and which increased a lot in our that country. We become that self-sustained, self-sustained in many agricultural crops. Our position become 1 or 2 in many agricultural inputs. But after that, what happened? Actually, that it leads us to that some non-sustainable agriculture, which is actually that not very useful for that human beings. And due to which the concept of organic farming or organic agriculture has that nowadays become popular in our country. It is one of that holistic approach. We can say that organic agriculture is one of the holistic production management systems which promotes and enhances the agro-ecosystem health. It includes the biodiversity. It enhances the biological cycle, and it increases the soil biological activity. Yes. Now we all are that if we go to any big malls like Spencer's, Reliance, and other malls, then we used to see some products labeled as organic. Yes. Why we are concerning about the organics? The thing is that all organic products are healthy. They are very good in their quality. Nowadays, people don't think about their money. We are thinking about our health. Because of that, it is believed that organic products are far superior in their quality as compared to the traditionally produced products. The products labeled as organic are those certified as having been produced through that clearly defined organic production system. It is not like that I can produce something by using cow dung and I can label them as organic. No, that is totally wrong. It is only possible when they are going through certain guidelines earmarked by the organic produce the certifying agencies. Then only we can certify a product as organic product. Or in other words, organic is a claim on the production process rather than that claim on that product. It is not like that I am producing 1 kg of tomato, I can just label the tomato as organic product. The thing is that I can label it as organic on the whole production systems. That's why organic is a term which implies to the production systems rather than that of a particular product. Yes. What are the components of organic farming? In organic farming, we never use any chemicals. We never use chemical fertilizers. We never use chemical pesticides. We never use chemical insecticides. We never use any kind of fungicides. What we can use? We can use that crop residues. We can use that remaining green manures, and some other components are also there, like they are relying on that biological nitrogen fixations. But organic farming does not replace all nutrients removed by the crops. So it is a system where we can use that farmyard manure, where you can use that cow dung, compost, poultry manure, we can use that pig manures. In addition to that, there are certain green manuring crops. Yes, now you may have the question, what is green manuring? Green manuring are certain types of plants of which are belongs to the family Leguminosae, and they have the capacity to fix the atmospheric nitrogen in the soil. There are 2 types of green manuring crops. One is green manuring in situ, another is green leaf manuring. In addition to that, in organic systems, we can also involve crop rotations. We can involve the botanicals. Yes, you may have the question, what is botanicals? Botanicals are the biological pesticides or biopesticides. As for example, you might have heard neem kernel extract, tobacco leaves. These are the examples of biopesticides. So organic farming makes optimum use of all these components: crop residues, green manures, biological nitrogen fixations. But it doesn't mean that organic farming will replace all the nutrients removed by the crops. It may not be possible, but up to a certain level, they can replace the nutrients removed by the crops. Yes, generally that it is considered as organic agriculture is the only holistic production systems. And there are 4 principles of organic farming. What are those? Number 1, principle of health. Number 2, principle of ecology. Number 3, principle of fairness. And number 4, principle of care. Based on these 4 principles, the organic farming is governed. First principle is the health. Yes, as I told you, organic farming is generally, it involves the sustaining ecosystem health and human health. How the human health can be improved by organic farming? You know that I just told you that we need the quality products. Now suppose I am buying tomato from the market. Now you might have that experience. If we buy tomato, its outer fruit surface is covered by some yellow powdery substance. What are those? Have you questioned yourself, what are those? That is nothing but, that is the fungicide which is applied to prevent the disease of tomato. But you know that actually all the fruits and vegetables have their own waiting period, like tomato. After applying the fungicide, the farmer have to wait minimum 5 to 7 days so that its residues will go away from the fruits. But in case of tomato, the farmers do not wait till its residue level will go away. But the farmers, they just want to sell it to the market. So ultimately, when we buy that tomato and if we consume that tomato without proper washing, automatically some kind of disease may occur in our body. But when we are thinking about the organic production system, then they are free from those toxic substances or free from the chemicals. That's why I'm saying that the first principle is the human health. They can give us good health to the humans and peoples. Organic agriculture is intended to produce high quality nutritious food that contributes to preventive healthcare and well-being. Second principle is the principle of ecology. Principle of ecology. Organic agriculture aims for ecological balance through the design of farming systems, establishment and good maintenance of habitats, and conservation of agricultural biodiversity and genetic resources. Yes, there is one ecological balance should be there in our system. As for examples, when the dried leaves falls on the ground, on the soil, what will happen? We can see that today they are drying, they will fall on the ground. After 1 month, they will disappear. How come? They will disappear only because it is possible, because they will decompose in the soils. And who decomposes them? A number of microorganisms are involved in the decomposition of leaves, decomposition of the dried leaves. So that is called as principles of ecology. They are helping the ecological systems. Third principle is the fairness. Yes, fairness means ensuring equity, respect, justice, and stewardship of the shared world. We can get that organic agriculture aims to provide good food to all and a decent living for the farmers and food workers. Fourth principle is the principles of care, taking precautions and responsibility, taking care of each others and surroundings. Organic agriculture focuses on how we can enhance the efficiency and increase the productivity without jeopardizing the health and well-being of the people and the planets. So all the organic farming, they are governed by these 4 principles. Now next is the relevance of organic farming. How the organic farmings are relevant? Yes, number one is that it is the eco-friendly alternative farming systems. It is the eco-friendly alternative farming systems. It is conducive to the survival of the all that living things. Yes, they are helpful for all that living things. It can give us clean and healthy foods. As I told you, quality foods can be possible only by using that organic products, organically produced products. You may believe that it is considered as 90% of the organically produced milks are, all the organically produced milks are 90% superior in their quality as compared to the normally produced milks. And all other horticulture or agricultural crops produced by organically are having 40% superior in their quality as compared to those produced by using chemicals. Another relevance is the low use of non-renewable energy sources. Yes, organic farming do not use non-renewable energies, or they use that very less amount of non-renewable energies. So because of which actually nowadays organic farmings are very much popular as compared to the other farming systems. Yes, now if we think about that effects of modern farming technology, why? Which leads to us to the organic farming? Why we are nowadays shifted to that organic farming? First thing is the chemical contaminations. You believe that few years back from Kenya, tons and tons of tea leaves sent by our country have been returned back only due to the presence of overdoses of the chemical pesticide residues. Because you know that we use the chemicals, we use the pesticides, we do not think about its actual doses. Suppose the recommended dose of one pesticide is 2 ml per liter. But our farmer, especially the Indian farmers, they are very curious. They cannot wait for a long time to that. They cannot wait to that resolve their problem, to control that insecticide for after 2 weeks. They need immediate solution. For that, what they will do? For that, they will use overdoses. Instead of 2 ml, they will use 4 ml. So ultimately, the residues will be there. And when there is excess residues, definitely a good amount of residues will go to the environment, and some of them will go to the human body because we are the consumers. We used to consume them. Second point is the salinity and waterlogging. Waterlogging is one of the big issue in that modern farming, and salinity because we are using that too much fertilizers. So that is also one important concern. Then depletion of the energy sources is also there due to that excess use of that chemicals, because the fertilizers we are getting it from the earth core only. Then last point is the low productivity. You know that if we are using that chemical fertilizer in the same land year after year, then after 10 years, the same land where this year we have to apply 10 kg of fertilizer, after 10 years, we may need to apply 100 kgs of fertilizers. So the dose of the fertilizers is going on increasing year after year. It happens only due to that use of overdoses of the chemical fertilizers. So that's why that present day generations are more concerned about their health. The present day generations, they are nowadays, very recently, they have shifted from the modern farming technology to that agriculture, to that organic agriculture or organic horticulture due to the bad effects, due to the ill effects of the modern farming technology. Now, next is what are the benefits we can get by using the organics. First thing is the healthy food. As I told you, 90% superior milk can be produced when it is produced organically. 40% superior or good quality agriculture products can be possible only by using the organic production management systems, which is not possible. Always one question is there, whether organic produced foods are superior quality. People may have the doubt, lots of debates were there, but finally it has been proved that all the organically produced products are having that very good quality. Their keeping quality is also very high as compared to the normal products. Next one is the improvement in soil quality. That is also one important concern. You know that when we are using that chemical fertilizer in the soil year after year, then there will not be that microorganisms which are responsible for that decomposition of the organic matter will not be there, because they will die, since there is no organics to be decomposed. Because of that, when there is no microorganisms in the soil, the decomposition process will be affected. In addition to that, ultimately the soil ecological process is greatly hampered when we are using the chemical fertilizers. So ultimately, due to which we have to increase the dose of the chemical fertilizers year after year. And in addition to that, the quality is also greatly deteriorated. Due to all these things, we have to shift to the organic farming or organic agriculture. Next benefit is the employment opportunities. Yes, when we are thinking about the organic, it can give lots of employment opportunities. As for examples, by using that organic agriculture, we can get, there is good job avenues, because the organic farming, in the farm itself, there may be lots of new openings maybe there, and in all big shopping malls, there is good chance of new outlets for those organic outlets, and due to which there is great opportunities for the employment. In addition to that, there are lots of indirect benefits, like as for examples, biofertilizer producing companies. You know that biofertilizer is one of the important parts of this organic farming. So in the biofertilizer producing companies, they all are depending on that soil. So there is indirect benefits, like that packaging industries. We have to pack all the biofertilizer in some polythene or some other kinds of that packings. So packing industry, then marketing. So these are some of the indirect benefits of this organic farming. Yes, in the Indian context, organic farming is one of the very useful technology. Organic cultivation is very much suitable for the countries like our India, because in our country, huge population of small farmers are still use the traditional methods of organic farming with few agricultural inputs. You may know that when we are having that farmers, especially in the Northeast India, the states like Mizoram, Manipur, Nagaland, the farmers use very less amount of chemical fertilizers. They are relying on the organic inputs. That's why it is known as, this is the area by default organic. You see that 60% of the country's crop area is by default organic, means we are not following that organic norms. We are not following the organic protocol or that norms which are required for organic certification. We are not following those things, but still we are cultivating the crops since the time immemorial organically without using any chemical fertilizers. Actually, the default status of organic farming in our country is possible due to a number of inherent advantages of our country. Like, Number one, it is buried with varied agroclimatic regions. You will find tropical, subtropical, then two temperate regions in our country. This is the country which is having lots of agroclimatic regions. Then local self-sustaining agri-system. As for example, silvipastoral systems, zooming system, shifting cultivations. These are some of the local self-sustaining agri-system which do not use any kind of chemical pesticides, which added some extra advantages for the organic farmers. To become organic farming, organic practices by default, it helps a sizable number of progressive farmers. In our country, we have a very good number of progressive farmers. And the most important aspect which helps us to get to become organic by default is ready availability of the inexpensive manpower. Actually, in our country, the manpower is very cheap. Within 500 rupees per day, we can get one labor maximum. It depends. In some places it is 300, in some places it is 200 also, which helps to, because organic farming always needs lots of laborers, which gives which provides us huge potential to cultivate a vast basket of products organically. Now, next question. Why we have to shift to the organic? Sorry. Why we have to shift to organics? Because you know that the use of pesticides in the world, it increased tenfold in the last 30 years. In India, you see about 80,000 tons of pesticides are used annually. In addition to the pesticides, the fertilizer consumption has also been increased sustainably. So pesticide and fertilizer, these two are the main things which persist in the soils. Because you know that urea, we are using that urea, single superphosphate, muriate of potash, this kind of fertilizers in the soils. When we are using the soils, don't think that plant root will absorb 100% of them. So out of the total fertilizers, some amount will be evaporate, because you know that urea, NH2CO, NH2, they will immediately form ammonia gas, and some amount will evaporate in the air. Then next one is the other fertilizer, that some other amount will go to the deeper depth of the soils. Some amount will mix with the water, and so these are the pesticides and fertilizers. They will persist in the soils, which are harmful to the beneficial soil organisms. Those which are there in the soils, they will make all the earthworms will die when these fertilizers will mix with in the soils where the earthworms lives. In addition to that, it will also kill all the beneficial soil microorganisms. Then it results in degradation of the soil fertility, and there will be that effect in the soil structures also. So there will be degradation in the soil fertility and soil structures. Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay. Yes. So these things actually, it leads to the conversion of traditional farming or conversion of chemical farming to the organic farmings. Nowadays, it is one of the important aspects which is going on throughout the world. The concept of organic farming is one of the important holistic approach. Organic movement are now very popular throughout the world, because with organics, we can maintain and enhance that long-term fertility of the soils. We can encourage and enhance the biological cycles involving the microorganisms, soil flora, soil fauna, plants and animals. The biological cycle which is going on in the soils is possible only when we are using that organically produced or organic inputs. Yes, it can minimize all forms of pollutions which results from the agricultural practices. As for examples, when we are using that chemical fertilizer, as I told you, some of them will mix with the environment. And they will cause environment pollution. Some of them, they will mix with the soil. They will kill all the beneficial microorganisms. They will kill all that essential earthworms. In addition to that, some amount will mix with the water and they will flow in the river. They will go to the river. Ultimately, they will contaminate the water. So when we are using that organics, we can minimize all forms of pollutions. Then next is that it helps in the soil and water conservation. That is also important aspect. Organic farming can help in soil and water conservation. When we are using that too much chemical fertilizers, then there is chance of soil erosion. But organic farming or organic inputs, they help to build a better soil structures, and ultimately it helps to prevent that soil erosion. The next is the produce healthy and nutritious and quality fruits and vegetables. Because the quality fruits and vegetables can be produced only by using organically, because they do not have any contaminants. They do not have the residues of pesticides. They do not have the residues of fungicides. Next point, it can preserve and enhance the traditional and indigenous knowledge in the growing crops. As I told you, we have some ITK. What is ITK? Indigenous technological know-how. You might have seen in some that when there is in the rice field, if some insects are there, what farmer used to do traditionally, they used to put some kerosene, some ropes dissolved in kerosene in the whole field, which can prevent the insect damage. So this is called ITK. ITK means indigenous technological know-how. These kind of things are possible only with the use of organics, because the conservation, the preservation and enhancement of the traditional and indigenous knowledge is possible in the organic farming. It is not possible in case of chemically produced crops. Yes, organic horticulture does challenges. The organic approach forms a natural alliance with the sustainability. One big term we might have come across every day, that is that sustainability. The sustainability, crop productions. So these are the related terms, and this can be produced by the use of organic approaches. They form a natural alliance with the sustainability, the blending to produce a forms of horticulture that has the potential to be economically constructive, socially responsive, and environmentally sound. We need that good fruits. Our food should be environmentally sound without any types of pollutants in the environment. It should be socially responsible, means our products should be in such a way that there should not be any concern from the society, and it should be economically constructive. The buyer should have the capacity to buy it at a cheaper rate. A truly sustainable horticulture would not only be organic, but it also produced social, environment, and economic justice, then it is contributing to the local community development on a global scale for sustainable globalization. We have now come across about the sustainability, sustainable globalization. These terminologies we can get, or this can be achieved only when we are thinking of organic agriculture or organic horticulture. So among the different horticultural crops, fruits have greater scope for the organically produced, because that generally that fruits which have greater scope for exports, and they are valued mass as organic foods. Because if we have to produce any kinds of fruits, now people are more concerned about the fruits. Why? Because fruits are the, we can say that, protective foods. They can protect us, they can prevent us from a number of diseases. If we take, you might be knowing that one proverb is there, that one apple a day keeps the doctor away. So like this, each and every fruits are now, people are people knows that each and every fruits are beneficial. Banana, if we take, we'll get the good energy. The fruits like amla, if we take, it can prevent us from a good number of diseases because it contains maximum vitamin C. All the citrus fruits are good source of vitamin C. So fruits have greater scopes for exports, and they are valued mass as organic foods as compared to the vegetables and flowers. Because nowadays consumers are more concerned about what they eat and consume, because we do not consume by seeing the foods. You see, as for example, brinjal, people do not consume mass because there is not there are not lots of there are not many good things in the brinjal, but people will consume more and more tomato because tomato contains lycopene, which is a source of antioxidants. Like why broccoli is highly demanding in the market? Because broccoli contains good amount of antioxidants. Nowadays, as for example, you might have seen capsicum. Colored capsicum are there, yellow colored, red colored. Why people are more concerned about to buy that red capsicum or yellow capsicum as compared to the green capsicum? Because people know that these capsicums are rich in antioxidants. They are rich in phenolics. They are rich in flavonoids, which makes them that a good product for the organically produced things. Because now consumers are more and more aware about what to eat, what to consume, and which can give us maximum quality produce. That's why actually with the organic movement, always our aim is to produce the crops which can give us very good quality produced. Yes, recent development, some of the recent development I just want to show that in India actually very recently that all the states have started producing foods that organically, like in Madhya Pradesh. Among all the fruits of our country, that is all the states of our country, Madhya Pradesh is covered at largest area under the organic certifications. It is followed by Maharashtra and Rajasthan. Because now the thing of organic certification. What is organic certification? Some of you might be aware about the process of organic certification. As I told you, if you go to that Reliance Retail, you will see lots of products written as organically certified. What is certified? Who used to give the certificates? It is not like that anyone can produce any fruits or vegetable and he can sell it as the name of organic. No, that is totally wrong. It should be, they should get some certificate, then only they can sell their product in the markets. Actually, there are some of the authorized body in our country, and there are around that 30 to 40 numbers of that agencies, which is called as certifying agencies, which can give the certificate to that organic producers. Actually, that in our country, APEDA is looking after the organic certification process, and they have given that right to certain that agencies, and those agencies can give the organic certification to the farmers. The process is quite long. It is not like that. Today they will come to your field, they will see your product, they will see your crop, and tomorrow they will give the certificate. It is not like that. The whole organic certification process is quite long. It takes 3 to 4 years time, depending on the crops. They will see your history. It is not like that you are using that you are not using urea, superphosphate, or MOP, or only you are using that cow dung. They will not give you certificate until and unless it is not proved that the cow was not given any grass or any chemical foods. The grass should also be grown organically. Then only this farmer can get it. So the best way to get the organic fertilizer, that organic certificate, is to produce the crops by ourselves. Means the cow should also be reared in our own farm. So that's why that it is not an easy process that anyone can apply for certificate and anyone will get it. So among all the states, Madhya Pradesh is having the largest area under organic certification. It is followed by Maharashtra and Rajasthan. And in that Madhya Pradesh, 313 numbers of blocks have been turned into bio-village. Bio-village means organic village. They do not use any chemicals in those villages. Then Uttaranchal, another state of our country. Uttaranchal also leads in the organic agriculture movement. Then Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh, they also formulated that organic policy. And due to the involved, then Tamil Nadu, Kerala, West Bengal, they have also started organic cultivation. They started that organic mission by using that public-private partnership for promotion of the organic farming. Means they have started PPP mode for initiation of that organic farming. But in these states like Tamil Nadu, Kerala, West Bengal, it is not even obtained that momentum. So, but the maximum organic farming, if you see that, you will get it. Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, and that Uttaranchal. So these are some advancement in the organic farming, organic agriculture in our country. Now next, we are coming to the northeastern regions. You know that northeast regions consist of 8 states. You know that names: Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Meghalaya, Nagaland, Manipur, Tripura, Mizoram, and Sikkim. Sikkim is actually, it is that's why they are called as 7 sisters and 1 brother. Sikkim is considered as brother of northeastern states. And this state, northeastern regions, have very good scope for organic cultivations, because this region is considered as de facto organic regions of the country. Means that in these regions, organic culture is interwoven with the agriculture and horticultural crops. In this region, organic culture is interwoven with the agriculture and horticultural practices. And in most of the northeastern states, except Assam, all are hilly states. So they have been practicing the shifting cultivation since the time immemorial. And shifting cultivations, you know that burn and slush system is there. And in those regions, the people are not very rich we use lots of chemical fertilizers. What they are using? They used to use only the organically produced inputs. Yes, they use that cow dung, they use poultry manure, pig manures, they use that bedding materials from that cow dung, that cow farm, leaf litters from the forest. So they used to mix all this type of. They have the traditional ways of producing that traditional ways to produce that compost. So they have their own ways to produce a number of compost. So that production is mainly based on recycling of the nutrients to the organic residues. But productivity is in this region, since they have been following the system, shifting cultivations, since they have their own traditional farming technology, and since the farmers are by default organic, because of all these regions, the productivity of major horticultural crops is below the national average. But the chemical fertilizer is not in vogue. They do not use the chemical fertilizer too much. They use the chemical fertilizer very less. And this region has great potential for this organic cultivations. This region have very good scope for organic cultivations. This region is considered as by default organic and one of the good baskets for organic cultivations. You might be knowing recently Sikkim become that. Sikkim is the only state of India. Sikkim is the first state of India who has become 100% that self-sufficient in organically produced foods. Now that I would like to discuss about the potentialities of Northeast regions for organic agriculture. Number one thing is that agroclimatic condition of Northeast region is suitable for growing horticultural crops. We can get that at average. This region is receiving very high amount of rainfalls. They are having less than 18% of the net crop area under irrigation. Now, due to that very high amount of rainfall, this region is having very good scope for this organic farming, because all the inputs of organics like microorganism, the decomposition and all other aspects will get increased when there is that more rainfalls. Then low fertilizer consumption pattern. There is also another issue. As I told you, most of the farmers are following that traditional agricultural practices. This low fertilizer consumption pattern, it depicts the farmers' tendency of using that organic practices for production. Then fruit crops in these regions. Actually, the most peculiar thing about Northeast India is that this region they used to produce. They have one that homestead gardens. Because of that homestead gardens, they have that bari system. Bari means the backyard garden or nutritional garden or kitchen garden just at the backside or at area adjacent to their home. Except mandarin, banana, pineapple or other commercial crops, each and every home that households have their homestead gardens. And there is good scope of, and always these homestead gardens they produce the foods because they used to do it for their home consumption. Because of that, they never use any chemical fertilizers. So because of that, there is good scope for organic farming in these regions. The northeastern regions, if we go and see, you will get it like in that tropical regions. You will find that tropical and subtropical in the states like Assam. You will get temperate regions like Arunachal, where there is great scope of temperate fruit crops like apple, kiwi in the regions that like Arunachal. Then subtropical and tropical fruits, you will get it in Assam. So different types of agroclimatic region is possible. So there is great scope, great potential for this organic agriculture in these regions. Now next, what are the positive points of organic farming in these particular regions? Number one is that ethnicity and strong social set of this region. This region have very rich ethnic culture. They have their own ethnicity. They have their own ethnobotany, and they have their own strong social setup. Because of all these aspects, they always prefer to have that organic farming. And even few states have gone ahead in assertive promotion of organic farming. As for example, Sikkim. I have just given you the examples of Sikkim because that is 100% organic state in our country. Another positive point about the Northeast is that intense solar radiation for most part of the year. You know that most of the regions are hilly regions like Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim. These are the hills, and these regions get very good solar radiation, which helps in the promotion of this organic farming. Then enormous biodiversity of flora and fauna. In these regions, a good number of flora and fauna is there. You'll get this region is considered as one of the biodiversity hotspot of the world. This region there are actually 2 biodiversity hotspots in this region out of the total 32 biodiversity hotspots of the world. Due to which you will find lots of flora and fauna in these regions. And minimum use of agrochemicals. This region uses very less amount of agrochemicals. The people do not use too much chemicals except tea and some other plantation crops. Then easy availability of leaf litters, because you know that leaf litter is a very good source, good biosource of nutrients. So in this region, due to the availability of that jungles or maximum that forest areas in these regions, there is easy availability of the leaf litters. And this region is known for cultivation of large number of high-valued horticultural crops. What are the high-valued horticultural crops? As for examples, this region is now very much famous for production of the kiwi. The states like Arunachal, Nagaland, Mizoram, they are now self-sustaining in the production of the kiwi. Kiwi is considered as one of the high-valued horticultural crops. Dragon fruit, the Prime Minister of India, on 26th January, he declared that there is great scope of dragon fruit in our country. And the Northeast region, you might have seen that dragon fruit is one of the very conducive crop for these regions. Then strawberry, another high-valued horticultural crops, is also having good scope for cultivation in these particular regions. So if the farmers have to, farmers will start that cultivation of these high-valued horticultural crops in that organically, then there is great demand. I can assure you that not today, but after 5 years, the farmers of Northeast will get lots of, they can earn lots of money by selling that organically produced high-valued horticultural crops. The Northeast Hill region is considered as organic farming zones. Actually, Government of India, they identified following crops for organic productions in the northeastern regions. It includes, they included pineapple for the state of Tripura. You might be feeling happy to know that very recently that the government of Tripura had started that their agreement with that SpiceJet Airways, and they used to they used to send every day organically grown pineapples to that Delhi had one big market in Delhi. And in Delhi, it used to sell at very high cost. Passion fruit. Government of India earmarked Manipur as organic production hub for the production of these passion fruits. For ginger, Sikkim and Meghalaya. You know that Northeast gingers are very high. They contain very high amount of oleoresins. They contain very high amount of that fibers. And because of that very high amount of oleoresin content, Northeast gingers are now very popular, especially in the pharmaceutical industries. They have a number of local varieties like Thingpui, Thingdalnew, then that Moran, which is very popular in Assam. These are some types of gingers which the farmers used to grow organically, and there is good scope for selling those products in the or exporting these things to some foreign countries. Yes, as I have told you about that organic farming in Northeast India. Basically, there are two types of organic farming in Northeast India. One is traditional organic farming, and then other one is that modern organic farming. What is traditional organic farming? In Northeast India, 80% of that organic farming, out of the total organic farming, 80% of them are traditional organic farming. What is traditional means? That is organic by default. As I told you, by default, or organic by neglect. There we are using a small amount of annual application of FIM, or we are using traditional methods of pest control. No certification, nothing is there, but that is known as organic by default or organic by neglect. So in addition to that traditional organics, there is another organic farming practice in our country, which is also known as modern organic farming. So modern organic farming is practiced or organized both in the production and market structures. For modern organic farming, they are getting the certificates. They have the certificate. Certifying agencies visited their farms and they get the certificates. They follow the organic protocol, organic regulations, organic standards for compliances. And that is more knowledge oriented. They are the modern organic farming practice in Northeast India are having that certificates. They can sell their produce to the big multinational companies. They have the right to export it also. That is known as modern organic farming. You know that Mizoram passed the Mizoram Organic Farming Act in 2004 on 12 July 2004. And since then, it has declared itself as totally organic. But I cannot say that it is 100% organic because some farmers, some kinds of that chemical pesticides are still available in some markets or in some shops. Because of that, some farmers used to use very less amount of chemical fertilizers, which is still available in the market. But Sikkim, very recently, by 2015, they converted the entire state into 100% organic state. And it has brought 64,296 hectares of area under the certification process. So among all the states of Northeast India, if anyone will ask, it is the answer that Sikkim is the 100% organic state. So Government of India has earmarked a number of crops which have great scope to produce organically. Like for Arunachal Pradesh, it is having good scope for kiwi and orange. Assam is having good scope for pineapple and mandarin. Manipur, very good scope for organic passion fruit. Meghalaya, you know that Khasi mandarin, the name comes from the Khasi hills of Meghalaya. Mizoram is having good scope in the passion fruits. Pineapple, it is having good scopes in the, sorry, that Nagaland is having good scopes in the pineapple and passion fruits. Tripura, as I told you that Tripura started producing that special, that economic zone for organic pineapples. And they have started that selling their pineapples in Delhi, organic pineapples. You know that one important advantage of organic systems in that northeastern region is that multi-storied orchard systems for settled cultivation. Multi-storied, different heights of trees are grown together. You see that in this picture, you might have seen pineapple, banana, then mandarin orange in the same field. They are having that different heights, multi-storied, different storied plants, different height plants are grown together in the same field. That is also having good scope for this organic cultivations. Some of the prime fruit germplasm resources of these northeastern regions, which have that good scope, which have good scope for cultivating them in the organically, cultivating them in that organically. You know that this region in citrus, there are 17 species, 53 varieties, and 7 probable hybrids are there in our country. Sorry, in our northeastern regions. And all of them have very good potential for export. Like as for examples, Ilasinembu, one of the unique lemon species of northeastern region, which you will not find in other parts of the northeast. The most peculiar characteristics of this fruit is that it is having the flavor as that of the cardamom. That's why it is known as Ilasinembu. Then other species like Pamelo, it is the biggest citrus species, which have that good scope for medicine. That this one, last one, that Birajora, which is scientifically known as Citrus medica, have very high amount of medicine against the gastrointestinal diseases, can be prepared from these fruits. You know that Assam lemon, another unique fruit of northeastern regions. This fruit is also having very good scope for its for export. So all these fruits which I have shown here are grown organically. In the northeast region, they are grown organically without using any chemical fertilizer. And this kind of fruits you will not get in other parts of the world. Assam lemon you will not get in US. Ilasinembu you will not get in Africa. So, but in those countries, recently, last year from Assam, around that under that Assam Organic Mission, the government of Assam has that exported few tons of Assam lemon to US, organically produced Assam lemon. These are the fruits which have good scope, good potential to produce organically in those regions, because these are the unique features of these regions. Yes, banana, another that important fruit crops of northeastern regions. Some unique banana I just want to show. This is known as Musa balbisiana group. It is one of the seeded banana. You know the unique features of this banana? This is the seeded banana of northeastern region, which is grown organically in this particular region. But the seeded banana, this is the people do not want to buy because of its seed. But the most unique features of this banana is that recently 2 companies got their patent for producing that baby food from these particular fruits, named as Bhimvita and Bhimshakti. Very high energy giving that fruits, which you will not get in other parts of the world. You see that some other fruits which have that good scope for producing organically, which you will not get in other parts of the world, like pineapple, Tripura pineapple, I told you, unique features. Some local varieties are there like Jaldap, Giant Q, Queen. These are some of the other varieties of pineapple. Northeast pineapple is so sweet. You will not get that taste in other parts of the world. A number of fruits are there which you will not get in other parts of the world. You know that this is Garcinia. Now all the ladies which are with me, they know the importance of Garcinia. If you search about the Garcinia in Google, you will get it. Some powder, Garcinia powder available at the rate of 500 rupees for 100-gram powder. Why so costly? What is Garcinia? What it contains? Actually, Garcinia is used as medicines for anti-obesity. It is having that Garcinia contains HCA, which is known as hydroxycitric acid. Because of the hydroxycitric acids, it is used as anti-obesity factor. The people used to consume, but this Garcinia we are not able to still, we are not, although I am saying that we have the good scope, but we are not able to sell send this, we are not able to market these fruits. In Northeast India, not only this species, we have some other types of Garcinia, Garcinia lancifolia. Another important Garcinia is there. They all have good amount of HCA. But you know that our Indian people, we don't know that, we don't want to give the value of our own products. That's why some foreign companies are doing marketing in our country. If you see in Amazon, and the products are coming from some other places, not from our India, but this is the place, this is the northeastern region is the place where you will find lots of Garcinia species. So I'm just giving you that examples. I'm saying that this is the region where you will get lots of fruits which have good scope for producing them organically. Yes. So if we see that organic mission, that possibilities of organic in that northeastern regions. So generally that major share of that fertilizers, as I have told you that this is the region which uses very less fertilizer, and out of that, that very little fertilizers, that major share is consumed in the for the plantation crops. Like you know that in Northeast India that tea gardens are there, lots of tea gardens are there. So most of the fertilizers are used for tea, rubber, as well as the cereal crops. So horticultural crops, they use very less fertilizers. Then low fertilizer consumption patterns in these regions, it clearly depicts the farmers' tendency of non-using inorganic fertilizers for food production. So ultimately, these situations, it compel the fruit production organically by default in this region. Means very less amount of fertilizer is used for fruit production. Because of that, since the time immemorial, they are getting that good production without any chemical fertilizer. So farmers do not want to use any kinds of farmers do not want to use any kinds of fertilizers for fruit production, which compel the fruit productions organically. However, it would be a challenging task for the fruit growers, especially in the northeast regions, to produce fascinating fruit crops organically, not merely by default, but primarily as well as substantially by practice of organic farming. Means they used to do the organic farming practices. Yes, as I told you, the state of Sikkim, they have started organic production from the year 2015. And it is the first state of the country to be 100% organic. In addition to Sikkim, as I told you that Tripura is also that another NER state who is already in that limelight by proclaiming positions like organic pineapple producer among the 60 agri-export zone of the country. Sikkim has attained a momentum in the agri-export zone by producing organic pineapples. Like other states of northeastern region, Mizoram, then Meghalaya and Assam, they have taken initiatives to produce the mandarins, produce the red lemons, to produce the passion fruits and pineapples. Because these are the states which have good scope to convert them to organic. Because I told you, these are the states which uses very less fertilizer. They are by default organic. It is very easy to convert them to 100% organics. Manipur Organic Mission Agency, another state of northeastern region that is Manipur. The Manipur Organic Mission Agency, they are planning to produce that mandarin, lemon and pineapple organic productions as first step in the 6 hill district of the state. They have attained a momentum by producing that organic mandarin, lemon and pineapples. Initially in the pilot project, they have covered 6 hill districts, but very recently they are planning to cover some other districts also. Like Arunachal Pradesh, they have formed that state soil health mission. They have formed state soil health mission as the initial step to boost that organic farming and that for entry into the systematic organic farming production. Because this is the region where there is good scope for organic production, and very recently all the states have started that converting their chemical or modern farming system to this organic farmings. And with the existing diversified tropical, subtropical and temperate fruit crops in the northeastern regions, exploitation of the potentials of organic fruit production in these regions would definitely be a giant step in making the entire NER as organic hub for the fruits of the countries. You know that now NER is going to become the organic hub, especially for the fruit productions, because this is the region where you will get it diversified fruits. You will get tropical fruits, subtropical fruits from the up to the temperate fruits like kiwi, apple in these regions. So there is good scope, good potentials of organic fruit productions in the world that in these regions. So ultimately, there is scope to convert the NER as organic hub for the fruits. Now next is the prospect of the organic farming in these northeastern regions. What are the prospects of organic farmings? Number one is that the northeastern regions, they have the potential of contributing 20 lakh hectares of agricultural lands towards the organic farming. This is the only region which have that maximum land under organic farmings. Second point, second prospect is that this region is having average use of chemical fertilizers is far below that national averages. Next point, some states are already organic by default. Then another region, in hilly regions, hilly states, the farmers are practicing that organic since the time immemorial. And this is the region which have maximum hilly states. As I have told you in my previous slides, that except Assam, all are having that hills. And in Assam also, some districts are hilly districts. So there is good prospect of organic farming in these particular regions. Now next are the strength of the northeastern region for organic farming. What are the strengths? Actually, northeastern regions is the home to some niche fruits crops like Assam lemon. Assam is the home for this lemon, mandarin orange, that Meghalaya is the home for this mandarin orange. Pineapple, whole northeast area is considered as the home for these pineapples, due to which can provide a good strength for organic cultivation in these regions. That NER accounts for 45% of the total pineapple production in India. NER is the fourth largest producer of the oranges in India. As I have told you in my previous slide also, that best quality ginger is possible in the northeastern regions. Then extent of chemical consumption in the farming is far less than that of the national average, which I have already told you in my previous slides. And 80 lakhs of the land in northeastern regions can be classified as organic by default. As I told you the meaning of organic by default in my previous slides. Then dependence of mid and high altitude farmers depends on within farm renewable resources. Some other strength like agri-export zone, they already set up agri-export zone for organic pineapple in that Sikkim's. Then another agri-export zone was established in that Sikkim for organic gingers. So promotional scopes for agriculture and that related industrial investments for that so promotional schemes for agriculture and related industrial investment for northeastern regions are there. Even government is giving that good scope. Government is nowadays every year for all the budgets, government have earmarked some that amount of money for the northeastern regions. You might have seen that in this last budget, Government of India has earmarked some amount of money for organic farming in northeastern regions. So there is good scope. So lots of strength are there for converting that lands to this organic farming. Now that constraints of the organic farming, yes, you don't think that it will be very easy. This region is having that lots of scopes, lots of prospect. It will be very easy for organic cultivation in these regions. But there are lots of, when there is that strength are there, definitely there will be constraints will also be definitely there. Among the different constraints, like number one is that high rainfall and high humidity. So when there is high rainfall, there is disease and pest incidents, and when there is high humidity, always definitely more number of disease will, fungal attack will be there. And the thing is that it can favor the development of that disease and pest. And when there is more disease and pest, it is by using that organic, it is really very difficult to control. Although I have mentioned that some botanicals are there, some biopesticides are there, but even though it is difficult to control those insects and pests. Then second one is the non-availability of the quality planting materials and the seeds. The most important factor in the Northeast India. In Northeast India will not get, as I told you, that strawberry is very easy to that propagate. Soil and climate is very congenial for cultivation of strawberry in these regions. But non-availability of the quality planting material will not get the very good runner in these particular regions. That is also another aspect. Government should take initiative to provide that quality planting materials in these regions. Absence of large-scale production units, the most important aspect. As I told you, this region is having that good quality ginger. They produce that, they have the varieties like that Nadia. They have the varieties like Moran. They have the varieties like that Thingpui. But you know that how much in the state where I am teaching, Mizoram, the farmers, the local farmers, they do not get more than 20 rupees per kg of ginger. Why? Why? Will it be economically beneficial for the farmer? No, definitely no. But that they do not get the good price because of the lack of the processing units. The farmers should not think about the ginger. Now they should have think to ginger oil. They have to think about ginger oleoresin. They have to think about ginger candy. Then only they will get more price. So there's also another important constraints in these particular regions. The lack of efficient quality control mechanisms. There is also another aspect that in northeastern regions, the quality control mechanism is not there. Nobody is there to see that quality. Organized marketing system, another important aspect. Yes, when there is any cultivation, any farming system, there should be a good market link, market channel should be there. But in Northeast India, generally, there is lack of organized marketing system for the organically produced commodities. Like the same from that farmer to the wholesaler to retailer to that system chain is not properly organized, due to which the farmer do not get proper price. There is direct involvement of some middlemen. So until and unless that middleman should not be removed from this locality, that particular region, the farmers will not fetch good price of their produce. Then last point is the lack of awareness about organic food market. Yes, that is also an important aspect. Organic food market do not have proper the farmers do not know the need of the organic food. They are just simply producing. About the quality that aspects of organic food, the farmer do not know. So they just want to cultivate it. They are cultivating it. So that awareness, until and unless not that given to the farmer by the government, by the research institute, the farmers will unable to produce that organic properly. So these are some of the important constraints in adoption of that organically that. Then some other constraints are also there, like non-availability of the accreditation and certifying agencies. Yes, as I told you, in Madhya Pradesh, that is the state having highest certifying agencies, but in Northeast India it is not there. Why? Because there is no any single accreditation and certifying agencies, organic certifying agencies in these particular regions. Then lack of sufficient infrastructure for organic production, storage, processing, transportation, certification, infrastructure. Lack of infrastructure is also another reason in these particular regions. Lack of awareness about the organic food production standards, like use of biofertilizers. Even you know that I'm working in Mizoram, but for my students, whenever I need any biofertilizer, I have to order it from Assam. You know why? There is not a single biofertilizer producing agencies in this particular state. Yes, awareness should be made by the government for establishment of that biofertilizer producing units, for establishment of biological control units. The awareness should be made for organic food production standards. So these are the certain things which is the need of the hour, which should be done immediately by the government for promotion of the organic markets in these regions. The lack of systematic land tenure and ownership system in this region, there is also another aspect. Then another important thing is that Zoom cultivations. You know that in Zoom that it have slash and burning systems, and which results in heavy loss of the organic matters from the soils, because they just cut and burn all the organic matters, and which makes it susceptible to the erosion hazards, which is actually that not useful for the organic growers. So that kind of government awareness should be made, government should make some awareness so that this kind of practices should be that gradually reduced. And it is a good thing that basically that since last 10 years, the area under the Zoom cultivation have been drastically reduced as compared to the previous years. The challenges of the organic farming in this northeastern regions, how we can promote that organic farming, like benchmark survey is very much important for identification of the potential areas for organic food productions. It is very much important, although that some work have been done, which I have shown in my previous slides, but even though some more work should be immediately undertaken for identifying the potential areas which have good scope for organic food production. Then second point, research, development and extension strategies should be undertaken for promotion of the organic cultivations. Very few research have been carried out. If you search in the Google, organic farming in Northeast India, you will get very less work. Then human resource development in the promotion of organic inputs like biofertilizer, vermicompost, botanicals for pest management. Very much important. Like we don't know, in Northeast people, vermicompost technique is very easy. Anybody can do it as a small scale industries. But why in Northeast India still the vermicompost is very costly? We have to buy it. In Mizoram market, I have to buy 30 rupees, 25 to 30 rupees per kg. Why? That is because of the lack of the production unit. So government should take some initiative for the human resource development. They should give that a training in the production of these vermicompost, biofertilizers and other botanicals. They should give the assistance to the farmers in post-harvest handling, processing and value additions. As I told you, that farmers should not aware about the cultivation of ginger. They should be aware about the cultivation, that preparation of or production of oleoresins, production of ginger oils from the ginger. Then only they will get the actual value of their organically produced their farm products. Then another important thing is that identifying the certification agencies within the region and reduction of the certificate. Because if I need the certificate at this moment, I have to call some other certifying agencies like IndoCert. They will come from Delhi, and there the whole transportation plus that staying, it involves a huge amount of money. Because of that, the Northeast farmers are not even aware about that, not even interested to convert their farm from modern farming system to that organic farming system. Then next one is the creation of the infrastructure and mechanisms for marketing of the organic produce. I told you that suppose potato, if we produce the potato and if we do not have the cold storage, then there is no use of organic potato. We should have able to use them for long term. So there is need for creation of cold storage in these regions for the crops like potato. So India is working with the international organic farming agencies to facilitate that internationally recognized set of standards to be used during that inspection of that farms. Like in India, these are some of the farms which are these are some of the farms which are actually involving with that organic certification. But as I told you, that the thing is that mostly that they are coming that not that they are internationally recognized. They have their internationally recognized set of standards, and they are not having any office or anything in that northeastern regions. So because of which actually organic certification is very costly in these regions. So that's why at last I just want to say that the strategies to go organic, like a safe slogan we should have, go organic for that healthy nation. Then we need that formation of the organic grower society. As I told you, individual level, it is very difficult because even it is costly also. So we have to form that organic grower society. We have to ensure that organic market, because it is the most important thing. It is not like that the farmer will produce, and if after that there is no market, then it is a big loss for the farmers. Then it has to be that evolving efficient organic production technology. then export-oriented research, then infrastructure facilities, rapid expansion, expensive awareness program, then that criteria for commercial exploitation of underutilized horticultural fruits, and the high valued fruits should be taken as that first choice for with that. So these are the strategies to that go organic for our northeastern regions. With this, I don't want to take much time because the time is also over. So what just at last I just want to say that continuous initiative to be taken to popularize and make aware about the benefits of the organic farming among the farmers, among the stakeholders. Then government should provide the support to the growers for in the initial stages of the organic farming, because in the initial stage it is quite expensive. Then going for site and crop specific strategies, like as I told you, that pineapple for that Sikkim, then sorry, that pineapple for Tripura, then that mandarin orange for Meghalaya, then passion fruit for that Manipur. Like this for other crops also, it is the high time to identify, and we have to go for this site and crop specific strategies. Then encouragement, we have to encourage the small farmers, because in Northeast India, most of the farmers are small farmers, small and marginal. And we have to encourage that in addition to that small farmer, the self-help group, because nowadays the role of self-help group is very high. They are to promote anything. So they have that with the help of self-help group, it is that it is possible to take up that organic farmings, and we can set up that strong marketing cell to reach out that bigger markets. As I told you, our market should not be the local market. Our market should be always the big markets like Walmart, Reliance. Then only we can get that at very good price. So our safe slogan should be go organic in the food production in northeastern regions. So this is with this I would like to conclude my speech. So I'd like to thank all of you for patience hearing. And although this session is not very we cannot have that direct face-to-face because that interaction, but even though I'd like to thank to all of you, and especially that organizer for giving me the opportunity to say a few words to all of you. Especially my special thanks to Professor M.K. Barma, the Deputy Director of HRDC Mizoram University. Thank you.
Sir, thank you. I'm sorry. First of all, I'm sorry. Your beginning, I was not there because of some urgent meeting in the department. So
no, it's okay.
Yeah. So I think, sir, you stopped your sharing. Then your picture. Hajarika, sir.
Oh yes. Okay.
Stop the sharing. Then the screen will be little bigger.
Yes. Yeah. Now is it okay?
Yeah, it is okay. I think some problem in your camera, laptop camera.
Something is there, but because now it is okay, I think.
Yeah, now it is okay.
Because of that sharing, I think some issues.
Maybe sharing some issue is there. So, sir, in Q&A answer box, there is some
questions
from the participant. So you can to someone is asking questions. Anandita Kant Ghising.
Aditya Kant Ghising, yes.
So I was working as project assistant in Guwahati.
Yes, actually his question is that what is the status of SAS coal? Yeah, very good question. Although I have answered his question without seeing that in the Q&A box. Actually, yes, that is the big like the crops like potato. Without the cold storage, the potato organic production is useless. And like other crops, as I told you, that apple, kiwi, which are nowadays produced in Arunachal Pradesh. So without cold storage, because these are the seasonal crops, only during that November, December, we'll get these products, and after that, but we will have to depend on that Himachal Pradesh or that Jammu Kashmir. That is because of the lack of that cold storage. But recently, that government of India have started that Mission Organic. And with that, they have promoted that production of that cold storage facilities. And very recently, that a good number of cold storage have been constructed in in Assam. That recently 3-4 cold storage, and in other states also some cold storage are in that pipelines. But I'm assuring you that I'm just saying that that is not up to the mark at this context. But we have to wait for some more years. Hopefully by that time the government is even not only that central government, the state government will take some steps to that initiate to set up some more that cold storage in their that own respective states. Then only that the perishable like apple, kiwi, and that the sprouted crops like potato will be possible. Another question that can organic farming be used for production of? Yes, it can be used for genetically modified crops also. Then third question, Tonusri Kundu, that how to identify organic products in the market. The ones who state they are organic but do not have any certification. No, actually that in the market, to sell any product in the market, basically they need that organic certification process. Without the certificate, they cannot sell in the products in that good market. Even suppose if I want to export our organically produced products, we need that certificate from that Deptt or from that Indocert. Then only we can get that, we can sell, we can export it. But the state, your another question is that by default organic. By default organic, we can sell it locally, not in that. We cannot send it for exportation, or we cannot send it in that very good markets because they need the organic certification. And for organic certification, I told you that the process, it takes some time. How authentic are organic certification? Which certification can obviously trust while selecting organic products? Generally, that actually that it is governed by that APEDA, Agriculture and Processed Food Export and Development Agency. You might have heard about that name. This is one of the government agency, and they have actually earmarked around 40 certifying agencies. And it is not, as per my knowledge, that it is very authentic, that the organic certification, because it is not like that they will come and they will give the certificates to any farm, to anyone else. So, but they used to give the certificate only proper verification. As I have given you one simple example, like the cow. Like some farmer is using that cow dung in their farm. It is not like that they will give the certificate by seeing the cow dung. They will see that quality of that cow dung. The cow dung should be free of pesticides. How the cow, you may have the question, how the cow dung may have the pesticide? Yes, definitely, because cow dung used to the cow used to eat grasses. In that grass also, if some pesticide is used to kill that insects, then definitely some amount will be coming out with the cow dung. So that's why I told you that grass also should be free from the insecticide spray. It should be free from the chemical spray. Then only the farmer will get the certificate. Otherwise, they will not get the certificate. And which certification we can absolutely trust while selecting the organic products? Actually, that I have mentioned a number of that certifying agencies like Indocert, then that Deptt. These are some of the world famous certifying agencies which we can trust for that certification. But the thing is that, as I have told you, that it is very costly. So individual level, it is really very difficult to get the certificates. That's why I have mentioned that formation of the farmer society, or through that self-help groups only, it may be possible to get this kind of certificates.
So in this way, sir, I think now the time to close the session. So thank you so much, Professor Hajarika, for accepting our invitation and sharing your very depth practical experience about the organic farming, and how highlighting how this organic farming can help the grow up the economy, especially in the Northeast, as well as the individual also. So thank you so much, sir, on behalf of the HRDC and my personal behalf. as Professor Hajarika is a very good friend of mine, very close friend, I can say, not good, close friend. So thank you so much, sir, for your very informative lecture to our participant.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, yeah.
And my email is given if anyone is having any query.
Yeah. If any participant have
Yes.
any interest in this area, someone belong to that subject and he want to make some queries, some information, they can directly contact with Professor Hajarika.
Yes.
Okay, so he will help him. So with this, dear participant, now this is your lunch break. Even then, we are little late today, but please you finish your lunch and try to join the 1:30 sharply, because the next lecture we will start 1:30, and that is very important about your service point of view. The next lecture will be about your service rules, regulations, when you are going to cover, by which you are going to cover. So it will be very important for you. So please join 1:30. Sir, thank you, sir. Now I
Okay,
think you
welcome.
have leave, no problem. Quickly you try to join the 125 or 128. Okay, sir, please. Yeah. So, good afternoon, OMS. Please unmute.
Good
Yeah.
afternoon. Yeah.
Yeah. So, dear participant, it is our great privilege. We today session afternoon session we are going to start. Professor Dr. Mr. Malsom Tulanga, he is a session registrar. Many years he is looking Mizoram University establishment section. More than almost 10 years he was in charge of the establishment section and looking all the rules regulations of the university. So today he is going to talk about the rules and regulations for the our service condition as a teacher, because he is dealing that aspect. So he is a best man to deal with such type of the queries. This service related matter is very important for all of us, because we are part of the higher education system, and many times knowingly and unknowingly we did little mistakes which create a lot of problem individually for us as well as our administration. So today by this lecture he is going to address all the possible such type of the things, leave rule and other the rules related to our service as a teacher. So on the behalf of the HRDC, sir, I welcome you in the 6th FIP program, and there is a total 54 participants. They are from different states, more than 10 states we covered in this FIP. They are in different states. From Mizoram, I think only we have 7 or 8 participants. Maximum are from outside. So it is a great time for us to learn about the rules and regulation related to our service matter. With this, I welcome you and handing over the session for your lecture.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Manoj Verma. And it is always a great privilege for me to share my experience with the HRDC program or any similar interactions like this. We've all learned through experience, and it is mainly on the basis of my experience in the establishment section of Mizoram University that I am invited. And so I'll try my best to share my experience and whatever I feel will be basically important, having some important issues, some considerations to be taken care of by the teachers. So it will not be possible to go in depth, but at least we'll try to explain or discuss some of the basic issues which I think we should know. And we may be from various institutions and other state governments also. So some of the topics we are going to discuss may not be relevant to you as of now, because some facilities like the LTC facilities and maybe other facilities are not extended in some stage. In any case, we will try to explain a little bit of about our pay, leave travel concession, which we call LTC in short, and general leave rules, and the UGC regulations 2018, under which we will also briefly touch upon the career advancement scheme. And if we have time, I would also like to share some insight on the pay fixation also, because this is where most of the teachers used to face issues while exercising option. So I'll share my slide.
Yeah, it is visible, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, and moving also. Yeah.
So now we will now start our presentation. So in the middle of the presentation or at any point of time, if you have any questions, you can raise whatever queries you have, or Professor Varma may also highlight any such queries which I might have missed. So all the participants are they are very much welcome to ask questions or share whatever they feel, which is in connection to the topics today. So the matter we are going to discuss is matter relating to services of teachers. And let us first discuss about the pay. Without a pay, I think none of us will go or will enter the services which we are now doing as a teacher. So without pay, for most of us, it is not possible to share or spare our services to the government or to the public. So it is a very important component, and pay is a compensation for your service. The state government might have a separate pay commission, and we will also discuss about the pay matrix and what are the general components or the basic components of your salary. We might have already known that the exercise of pay revision, which we call Central Pay Commission. And on the basis of the Central Pay Commission, most state governments also adopted as it is, or in a manner which they feel sufficient, or in a manner which they feel is all right for their employees. Most state governments used to adopt the Central Pay Commission. And what our experience told us is that the exercise of pay revision is done every 10 years by the central government. And as we can see, the first Central Pay Commission was constituted in between 1946-47, second CPC during 1957 to 1959. Likewise, we have the sixth CPC during 2006 to 2008. And the seventh CPC, the commission was functioning during the 2014-15 years. And that seventh CPC was effective from 1st January 2016. So then if things are smoothly running, maybe we can expect the 8th Central Pay Commission in the near future also. And the expectation is that it will be effective again from 1st January 2026. So as we can see that the Pay Commission require some 2-3 years to complete their task assigned to them. So in some cases, as we can see, it is the Pay Commission was constituted before the due date, before the expected date of the Pay Commission. But in some cases, it can also be during or a little bit after the expected date of the Pay Commission, like the 6th CPC. Although it was effective from 1st January 2006, the Pay Commission was constituted only in 2006, and they functioned during those 2 years period, 2006 to 2008. But in 7th CPC, we can see that the Pay Commission was constituted well before the effective date of the 7th CPC. In almost all the Central Pay Commission, we used to see slight variation in how they attempt to compensate the government in the manner of compensation of the employees. So in the seventh CPC, what we can see is now there is a pay matrix, which is a matrix with levels of pay arranged in vertical cells as assigned to corresponding existing pay band and academic grade pay. And there are slight variations depending upon the services. There are civilian pay matrix, the defense pay matrix, and the academic pay matrix. The academic pay matrix is the pay matrix developed by the UGC. Of course, it was approved by the ministry, the concerned ministry, and subsequently by the finance ministry. But there are slight variations in this pay matrix. So we have to know that the civilian pay matrix, which is used by the civilian employees like the central services, and those employees are slightly different from the defense pay matrix, which is used by the armies and similar services. Likewise, the academic pay matrix for teachers, it is different from those two pay matrix also. So this is a sample of what we can see in the academic pay matrix. UGC is following this pay matrix, and state governments in most likelihood might adopt this pay matrix for their college teachers and university teachers. In the first row, what we see is the pay band, which is the pay band of the previous pay commission. That is the 6th CPC. There are three different pay bands, 15,600 to 39,100. And there are three grade pay within that band. Those are the academic grade pay 6,000, 7,000, and 8,000. And so there are two AGP for associate professor and professor separately. And the last one we see is 67,000 to 79,000. That is what we used to call the higher administrative grade, HAG. And here the in the 6th CPC, what we used to know, 6,000 AGP is now called level. And specifically for teachers, we used to identify this as academic level and not simply as level. So there are academic levels 10, which is the entry grade. Academic level 11 is stage 2. Academic level 12 is stage 3. All these three stages are designated as assistant professor. And there is the academic level 13A, which is associate professor. Academic level 14 is professor. And the academic level 15 is what we now call senior professor. And there are various, so each entry is called cell. And each columns are represent the level. So as we can see that the rationalized entry pay for academic level 10 is 57,700. So at the initial appointment, this will be the pay fixation for assistant professor. And when he completed 1 year, that is at the first instance of annual increment, his pay will be increased to 59,400. And likewise, after 2 years, it will be increased to 61,200 and so on. So I think we more or less generally now understood the pay matrix since it's already in operation for almost 4 or 5 years now. This is the pay slip or the pay certificate, which we are now using in Mizoram University. Whatever your institution follows might have a slight variation from this. But in any case, generally the components of your emoluments will be basic pay and DA, DA, which is the dearness allowance. TA is the transport allowance. HRA is the house rent allowance. SDA is only for northeastern region or some remote places. So SDA and this SCA are they are mainly enjoyed by those employees serving in the northeastern region, or in some cases Ladakh region and other remote places identified by government. So those who are serving in the plain areas in the central region of India, some of these allowances might not be applicable. NPA, it's the non-practicing allowance, which will be applicable to the doctors like that. So the basic pay and other allowances will constitute your total emoluments. And there will also be mandatory deductions from your pay. So there can be slight variation depending upon your organization. NPS contribution will be applicable especially for fresh employees, whether they are now under state governments or central governments. But since recently we have what we know is that some state governments have now started implementing the old pension scheme, like in Punjab and some other states. So for them, it will be the old system once again. And for those who are paying the NPS contribution, the mandatory deduction is 10%. So that 10% is calculated from your basic pay plus dearness allowance. This may not be known by some of the employees who are uncovered by the NPS. So please know that your NPS contribution, the mandatory contribution, is 10% of your basic pay plus dearness allowance. It is not only the basic pay. So your components of emoluments can be classified generally like this. Your basic pay is your pay drawn in the prescribed level in the pay matrix. And the basic pay increase once in a year, either on 1st January or 1st July, depending upon your date of next increment. So it is important to always remember your DNI, which we call date of next increment. Many teachers don't know on which date they used to get their annual increment. So you will get your annual increment either on 1st January or 1st July. So it is important it is not difficult to remember which date is your DNI, but it can be either 1st January or 1st July. And what will happen during your, if you are taking leave during your date of increment? So suppose my increment date is 1st July, and I am on regular leave. I am taking, let's say, earned leave on 1st July. Then if I am on leave during that increment date, increment will not be immediately granted to me. Suppose I joined on 5th July, then the increment will be effective from 5th July. So if you are taking leave on the date of your increment, the benefit will not be immediately given to you. So as far as possible, it is best to avoid taking regular kinds of leave on the day of your increment. But it is not the disadvantage is not permanent. As soon as you join back your organization, it will be immediately effective from the date of your joining itself. So dearness allowance. This dear, as we might have assumed, it's a British English meaning expensive or at a high cost. So our everyday items like our consumer prices like pulse, vegetables, milk, fruits, salt, sugar, clothing, even pan, supari, and tobacco are included, taken care of by this dearness allowance. And the household goods and maybe some expenses on your movies. These rates are collected from 88 centers all over India. And this rate is collected by the Labor Bureau, Ministry of Labor and Employment, Government of India. It is compiled by this organization. And on that basis, All India Consumer Price Index for industrial workers is worked out every month on a monthly basis. So the increase in your dearness allowance is twice in a year, on 1st January and 1st July. Although it is calculated on a monthly basis, government is not extending this increase on a monthly basis, but instead it granted this increment twice, on January 1st and 1st July. So as a government employee generally, we used to be very happy when the DA rate is high or when the increase in the DA rate is high. But technically, that high increase in the DA is due to inflation or the high consumer prices. So high DA rate may not always be desirable, because whatever we have to spend for from our salary, it means that it will also increase. And the other components of your salary is the transport allowance. And the rate is for level 9 and above, it is 7,200 plus your DA rate. That is for 19 cities, 19 metro cities. And for all other cities or places, it is rupees 3,600 plus DA. For physically disabled employees, the transport allowance is granted at double the normal rates. And this transport allowance is not admissible for calendar months, wholly covered by leave. So if you are only from 1st March to 31st March, you will not get any transport allowance. It will be deducted from your salary by your institution. So, but let's say that you are taking leave from 10th April to 25th March, 25th May. We can say we know that it's more than 30 days, but that leave is not covering any calendar months wholly. It's partly covered April and it's partly covered May. Although the days may be more than 30 days, transport allowance will not be deducted under such cases, because the rule specifically stated that the leave should cover calendar months. So it's important to know before taking leave that there can be, in some cases, where your fellow colleagues is taking leave in the number of days which is more than your leave, but transport allowance is not deducted in his case. But in your case, transport allowance may be deducted. So it's important to note this, whether your leave is covering entire calendar months. And the other important components of your emoluments is the house rent allowance. There are three categories of cities. Class X cities are what we call metro cities. Class Y cities are where population of the city is 5+ lakhs. And Z class categories are those cities with population less than 5 lakhs. And for those three categories of cities, the house rent allowance rate is different. For Class X cities, the present rate is 27% of your basic pay. For Class Y cities, it is 18%. For Class Z cities, it is 9%. And this will be automatically increased to 30%, 20%, and 10% respectively, as soon as the dearness allowance crosses 50%. And although the classification is on the basis of population, cities with more population does not necessarily reflect how expensive the house rent is. So in my personal opinion, although we are not in a position to suggest at this stage whether classification of cities on the basis of population is justified for granting house rent allowance. This can be questionable, because like in the northeastern areas, although the cities we have here are generally less populated in comparison with other cities in the central India, but due to transportation problems and geographical difficulties and other issues, the cost of construction in the northeastern region in some cases can be much higher than those in the plain areas. So the high cost of construction will mean the high cost of house rent. Therefore, in some cases, in respect of some cities, the house rent allowance, whatever is extended by government, it may not be justified, or it may not be able to cover whatever house rent expenses he have to incur on a monthly basis. So when the 8 pay commission is constituted by the government, there may be chances from the employee's side to express our grievances and representations. So house rent allowance may be one of the identifiable areas regarding which may be genuine or relevant for the pay commission for their consideration. So SDA is the special duty allowance, and it is at the rate of 10% of your basic pay for serving in the northeastern region and Ladakh. And similar to the transport allowance, it is not admissible for period of leave or training or tour beyond full calendar months if employee is outside northeastern region and Ladakh. So you may be on leave or training or tour in the northeastern region or Ladakh, then the special duty allowance will still be extended to you. But during your leave period or training or tour, which is beyond full calendar months, if you are traveling outside northeastern region and Ladakh, special duty allowance will not be granted to you. And SCA is the special compensatory remote locality allowance. And although this is not specifically under the coverage of the 7th Pay Commission, but the government allowed us to enjoy this benefit at the old rate of 6 PC, and the existing rate is 2,250. And in the 7th Pay Commission, what we have seen is that tough location allowance is introduced, and that tough location allowance cannot be extended along with SDA. So those are the main components of your salary. If there is any queries on this topic, I think we may raise. Okay, it seems there is no queries at this stage. Now we will go to the leave travel concession, LTC. As I have discussed in the beginning, this facility may not be extended to the employees in some cases, like state governments, due to fund availability. But central government employees enjoy the leave travel concession. And if you have this facility, you should definitely avail, because you never know when this facility will be stopped. It can be stopped at any time. It is not your right to have this entitlement. So government can stop this facility at any time. So while you can enjoy it, I think that it will be good to sometimes enjoy leave travel concession facility with your family or yourself for visiting some places in India or maybe your hometown also. So LTC is a facility for government servant and his family members to visit hometown or any place in India wherein transportation is paid by government. So government will pay only the cost of your transportation. It will not pay your expenditure, like your personal expenditure or the cost of your hotel stay. Those things will not be paid by government, but the transportation from place A to B, like depending upon your entitlements, your airfare or the train fare will be facilitated by the government. And any employee with 1 year of continuous service on the date of journey performed by him or his family are eligible. So you have to complete 1 year of continuous service on the date of journey. Spouse and two surviving unmarried children, wholly dependent, irrespective of whether residing with the government servant or not. So your spouse, as well as two surviving unmarried children who are wholly dependent. So your surviving unmarried children should be wholly dependent on you. If they are not wholly dependent on you, then they are not eligible to travel under this facility. Married daughters who are divorced or widowed daughters residing with and wholly dependent. So such kinds of married daughters, they should be wholly dependent as well as they should reside with you. As we can see just in the previous point, the two surviving unmarried children, they should be wholly dependent, but they need not necessarily have to stay with you. They may be staying in different areas, in different parts of India, where you are staying in another headquarter. But if they are wholly dependent on you, then they will be eligible. But your married daughters who are divorced or widowed daughters, they have to be wholly dependent, as well as they have to be residing with you. And your parents who are wholly dependent, irrespective of whether residing with the government servant or not. So your parents, if they are wholly dependent, they may be staying with you, or they are not staying with you. They can enjoy this facility. The unmarried minor brothers and unmarried or divorced or widowed sisters residing with and wholly dependent. So those conditions, wholly dependent, it's a general condition. It's common for all. But whether residing with the government servant or not, it is different for different types of relationships. It is important to know this. So there are some important features in the LTC facility. Hometown, once declared, is final. So at the time of joining your organization, you will have to declare your hometown for the purpose of LTC. So you have to be careful with this because hometown, once you declared, will be considered as final in almost all cases. But there is an exception. It can be changed once during your entire service. So if the competent authority is satisfied that you have to change your hometown, like there can be cases where at the time of joining your service, you are declaring this hometown, but after that, you are permanently staying somewhere else. You are buying a flat there in some places. Then under those circumstances, changing of hometown is normally allowed. And this LTC facility can be availed during vacation. And if you are availing during vacation, that vacation is treated as leave for the purpose of LTC. So you need not take leave separately. If the period during which your LTC travel is done is during vacation, so that vacation will be treated as leave for the purpose of LTC. And during the period of childcare leave, LTC can be availed. And as we can see, it's covered the air, train, or steamer fare, but the accommodation expenses in the hotel or other similar places will not be covered by the reimbursement. And journey by road is to be performed in vehicles operated by government when available. It is possible that the place you would like to visit under this facility, there is no flight or there is no train. So journey by road is unavoidable, let's say. As long as government vehicles or government vehicles is available, you have to perform your travel by that government operated vehicle. So you will be allowed to be reimbursed only in such cases where government operated vehicles are not available. Only under those cases, reimbursement will be allowed. So as long as a government operated vehicle is available, you have no other choice but to travel or to use that facility. And the intended place of visit is to be declared in advance. And there are cases where your place of visit, where the declared place of visit needed to be changed. That have to be done before you start your start of your journey, and it has to be intimated before commencement of the outward journey. Employees whose headquarters and hometown are same are not eligible for hometown LTC. And your leave salary, maximum 10 days at a time, maximum 60 days during your entire service can be encashed for the purpose of LTC, but your leave encashment will not be permitted if your leave balance at credit is less than 30 days. So if you are applying, or if you are intending to apply for a leave encashment, you have to make sure that you have at least 30 days of balance at your credit. And as per rules, advance up to 90% of the estimated fare can be taken. And claim for reimbursement have to be submitted within 1 month from the date of return of journey. So don't delay it. If you are traveling, or if you are availing the LTC facility, submit your original bills quickly without any delay. And the rules clearly stated that disciplinary action is to be taken for misuse of LTC. So you will not be pardoned if you misuse your LTC. There can be cases where you are not traveling, but you are showing fake bills and receipts like that for claiming refund or reimbursement. Then you will not be pardoned, because as per rules, disciplinary action has to be taken before for misuse of your LTC. So there is one query from the participant. If the DNI is on holiday or in weekend, what will happen? Will the increment be considered from that day or from the next working day? So this is the previous topic. So that delay in granting the increment is only with respect to regular kinds of leave. Please note it is only with respect to regular kinds of leave. If there is a holiday or a weekend like Saturday or Sunday, which are not working day in some cases, Sunday is not working day in almost all cases. Saturday, it depends upon the organization, whether they are following it, a 5-day week or 6-day working week. So it may not be a holiday in some cases. But in any case, if you are not availing any regular kinds of leave, if 1st January or 1st July is Saturday or Sunday or any kinds of closed holiday, DNI, your increment will be effective from that day itself, irrespective of whether it's a holiday or not. So let's continue with the LTC. Family members can visit the same place or different places. Your parents might choose to visit Delhi, and your brothers or sisters or your sons, they can visit Chennai. So different places can be visited by your family members under the same LTC, under the same block. And family members can also travel in one or more batches. Some may go in January, some may go in February. So they need not travel at the same time. Different batches is allowed as long as it is within the same block. Family members can travel in the same calendar year or different calendar years within the same block. I think this is clear. So LTC block year, will go through the LTC block year, which is a 2-year block for travel to hometown for self and family. The earlier block was 2018 to 2021, which consists of 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. It is important to note that LTC to any place in India is admissible in lieu of one of the 2 journeys to hometown for self and family. So there are, as per rules, LTC is for hometown, for visiting hometown, not to anywhere in India. So during 1 4-year block, true hometown LTC is made available to you. But at the same time, the rule allows that in lieu of one hometown LTC, visit to any place in India can be applied. And for single government servant or for those who want to enjoy for themselves only, LTC to hometown for self every year is admissible, but they will have to forego hometown LTC with family and hometown to any place in India with their family. And there is a grace period while availing the leave travel concession. We are now in the 2022 to 2025 block. Now the year is 2023. 2022 to 2023 is one hometown block. And if I am not in a position to avail during this block year or up to 31st December of this year, then I can avail this hometown block during the next year from 1st January up to 31st December also. So 1 year grace period is available for those who are not in a position to avail the benefit during the particular block year. If there is any queries regarding LTC, we may raise it. Okay, then LTC for most state government employees, since it is not applicable, then there might not be that interest here. And so let's go to leave rules. Leave cannot be claimed as a matter of right. It is very important. You may have leave at your credit in abundance, but that does not mean that you can claim it as a matter of your right. Your authority may refuse or revoke leave of any kind, but it is important to note this one, it cannot alter the kind of leave due and applied for. You are applying for earned leave. Your authority, on the basis of genuine reasons, your authority can refuse, or while you are already enjoying your leave, he can call back. But at the same time, whatever leave you applied for, on his own, your authority cannot alter to another kinds of leave. So conversion of one kind of leave into leave of different kind is permissible. Maybe you are now availing earned leave, but later on you want to convert it, or you find it more beneficial to you, or for any other genuine reasons, you want to convert it to commuted leave or any other kinds of leave, even casual leave. You will be allowed to convert one kinds of leave into a different kind of leave. No leave of any kind can be granted for a continuous period exceeding 5 years. So up to 5 years, the leave granting authority can grant, but any kinds of leave which will be continuous for a period exceeding 5 years, it can be granted only by the President of India. An official on leave should not take up any service or employment without prior approval. You may be availing some kinds of a longer period of leave like study leave or sabbatical leave as per rules. But if you are going to take up employment during that period, you have to take prior approval from your authority. So don't take up any service. Any service can be, it may be even without regular kinds of service, but by there may be a chance to do some service with which you are going to be paid. Then it's better to take prior approval of your authority before taking up any such service or employment. So the leave due and admissible can be refused or revoked with justification. In most cases, this should not be done without justification. So, but your authority can refuse or revoke your leave due and admissible with proper justification. So these are the kinds of leave which are generally granted to teachers or which are generally available to the teachers: casual leave, special casual leave, and duty leave. Study leave and sabbatical leave, earned leave, half pay leave and commuted leave, extraordinary leave, leave not due, maternity leave, paternity leave, and child care leave. It may not be possible to know all the kinds of leave in detail, but at least it will be beneficial to you if you know what are the kinds of leave or under what circumstances you can avail these kinds of leave. Casual leave, special casual leave, and duty leave are the three kinds of leave which are granted to the teachers. And during this period, you are treated as on duty. So technically, you are not absent from your duty while you are availing these kinds of leave: casual leave, special casual leave, and duty leave. These are the leave treated as duty. Casual leave is 8 days in an academic year. Depending upon your institution, it can be calendar year also. Special casual leave, as per the UGC regulation, it is 10 days in an academic year. Like I said, like casual leave, it can also be calendar year, depending upon your institution. And the while availing special casual leave, the actual days of travel is to be excluded from special casual leave. If I am going to Delhi for by availing special casual leave to attend maybe some conferences or some academic programs, then I need 1 day for transportation, for journey to and fro, 1 day for going there, and another 1 day for coming there after the program is over. And those 2 days will be excluded from the 10 days available to me during the year. One question arises which is not directly related to the topics we are discussing today. That is rule for taking up research consultancy while being in service. Do we need to pay the overhead charges or administrative charges of such consultancy remuneration to our institution? So this will be specifically depending upon your institution. If your institution is having a decision or is having a rule that you should pay such and such charges, then you have to pay. But it can also be possible in some cases that your institution is not having any such kinds of charges. Then so this will be institution specific or institution dependent. Duty leave is 30 days in an academic year. Casual leave and special casual leave can be combined. But casual leave and special casual leave cannot be combined with any other kinds of leave. Then what is a combination of leave? Suppose you are taking casual leave on Monday, and on the next day you are taking special casual leave. So that Monday, Tuesday, casual leave, on Monday, special casual leave, on Tuesday. Those 2 days can be, those two kinds of leave can be taken together consecutively. But suppose you are going to, or you are intending to take earned leave from Wednesday onwards, immediately after the day of special casual leave. But that will not be allowed because casual leave and special casual leave cannot be combined with any other kinds of leave. So it will be important to know for teachers. Well, you can combine casual leave and special casual leave. Those two kinds of leave cannot be combined with other kinds of leave like earned leave, commuted leave, maternity leave, paternity leave, or any other kinds of regular leave like that. And attending the UGC HRDC course is to be treated as on duty as per the UGC instruction. So now we are also attending the UGC HRDC program under Mizoram University. If your institution is implementing that UGC instruction, you are not required to take any kinds of duty leave or special casual leave. You can just inform your authority and attend it. Earlier, teachers used to take duty leave, and in some cases, maybe special casual leave for such programs, depending upon the duration. But for those institutions who are implementing or who are following the UGC regulations, they are no longer required to take leave. Earned leave, half-pay leave, and commuted leave. These are the three kinds of leave which are earned by duty. So whether you are on duty or not, you will earn casual leave, special casual leave, and duty leave. It will be made available to you. But if you are not on duty, or if you are not attending duty, then this earned leave, half-pay leave, and commuted leave will not be granted to you, will not be given to you. Earned leave is calculated as 1/30th of your actual service, including vacation, plus 1/3 for duties performed during vacation. And all period of leave except casual leave, special casual leave, and duty leave is to be excluded for the earned leave computation. And at any point of time, earned leave should not be accumulated beyond 300 days. So after you have already accumulated 300 days, temporarily plus 15 days will be accumulated on 1st January and 1st July, but that accumulation is temporary. It cannot be permanently accumulated to your leave account. Half-pay leave is credited at the rate of 20 days for each completed year of service. If you join your service on 1st March, then on the next year of 1st March, half-pay leave of 20 days will be credited to your leave account. And the period of absence or leave does not affect your half-pay leave earned. During that 1 year period, maybe it's possible that you are on study leave for that 1 year period, but half-pay leave of the 20 days, half-pay leave will be credited to you still. Commuted leave can be granted 240 days during your entire service. It is granted on medical certificate. The amount due is half the amount of half-pay leave. A teacher taking leave on medical certificate will be permitted to return to duty only on production of medical certificate of fitness. So since there used to be confusions regarding commuted leave, we will slightly explain it. Medical certificate, then what is the medical certificate? It is important to note that commuted leave is granted on illness only, on illness of a particular employee. So you cannot take commuted leave for your spouse illness, or your parents' illness, or your son's illness. Commuted leave can be applied and granted for your illness only. So if you are ill, then doctors, a qualified doctor, have to certify that you are ill and you are taking, you are requiring leave of these many days for recovery or treatment of your illness. Then on that basis of medical certificate only, you can apply commuted leave. You cannot simply say that I am ill or I am not feeling well and I want to take commuted leave. So it has to be supported by a medical certificate. A doctor has to certify your illness in the form of medical certificate, and on the basis of that, commuted leave will be granted to you. And when you are going to join back your institution or your organization also, since the doctor had already specified that you require these many days for recovery or treatment, then without knowing that you are fully fit to join back your organization, your authority will not allow you to join back. So you need a medical certificate of fitness from the doctor that you are fit to join back your duty. So those two certificates are very important. It cannot, commuted leave cannot be granted, or you cannot resume your duty without that certificate. And as we have discussed in the previous slide, we can accumulate earned leave and other leave like half-pay leave, but there is no such separate accumulation of leave for commuted leave. We've already discussed that you are granted 20 days for each completed year of service in the form of half-pay leave. So that half-pay leave is deducted when you are taking commuted leave. If you are going to take 10 days commuted leave, then what will be the amount of half-pay leave deducted? It will be twice the number of days needed for commuted leave. If I am going to take 10 days commuted leave, then the actual half-pay leave deducted will be 20 days. So your half-pay leave accumulation will be reduced by 20 days if you are availing commuted leave for 10 days. So study leave and sabbatical leave, it's known by teachers. They are for special line of studies and research. As per the UGC regulations 2018, it is made clear that study leave is for assistant professor only, 5 years during the entire service, and not more than twice during your service. It can be taken twice. Twice does not mean that 5 years. So it can be taken 2 years in the first instance and 3 years in the second spell, like that. So total cannot be more than 5 years or 5 years during the entire service. And you cannot take it more than twice during your entire service. And a gap of at least 5 years in between 2 spells of study leave have to be there as per rules. And sabbatical leave, it's for associate professor and professor only. So associate professor and professor cannot take study leave. Likewise, assistant professor cannot take sabbatical leave. So sabbatical leave is 2 years during service and 1 year at a time. It cannot be more than 1 year at a time and 2 years, maximum of 2 years during your entire service. So there can be confusions or slight issues, since a gap of at least 5 years in between 2 spells of study leave have to be there. Nowadays, all PhD, those assistant professors who are not having PhD at the time of entry into service, they have to pursue PhD, for which they have to go for 6 months initially to attend the coursework. So then for that coursework, in most cases, they will be required to take study leave. And it's possible that they don't need another spell of study leave immediately, but maybe they would like to take study leave after another 1 year or another 2 years after collecting their data, their information. They can start at compilation and they are almost ready for the submission. And so it's possible that there are not 5 years have not elapsed from the first spell of that study leave, that is which he already took for attending the coursework. But in those cases, in Mizoram University, what we follow is that the coursework and the subsequent spell of study leave required for completion of that PhD, for which he already took coursework earlier, it will be counted as one spell, not as a separate spell. So although there are different kinds of instructions and rulings on leave, depending upon the genuineness, the leave granting authority or the head of your institution, they are allowed to have some the power to make some decisions, even if it does not abide by the rules 100%. So if there are genuine cases or genuine reasons, although there are some rules, authority or the institution, specific institution can lay down some rules for so that employees are not disadvantaged too much. Extraordinary leave and the leave not due. Extraordinary leave is granted when no other leave is admissible. And it's also possible to be granted if a teacher applies in writing. Extraordinary leave is always without pay and allowances. So if you are applying for extraordinary leave, it should be clear to you that you will not be given any pay or allowances. Leave not due. Leave not due, it actually means borrowing of your half-pay leave. And it is limited to half-pay leave that the teacher is likely to earn subsequently. And the leave not due is debited against half-pay leave that the teacher earns subsequently, and maximum of 300 days during service. Leave not due, in most cases, it's not required. So even if we don't know it in detail about the leave not due, I think it's okay, because in most cases, leave not due will not be required. But other kinds of leave discussed earlier, including extraordinary leave in this current slide, at some point of time, requirement might arise. So one query from the participant is that LTC facility and commuted leave is not permitted for aided institution, 2F and 12B institution. Why difference when position is same? So this may be a state government specific, although I'm not sure from the question itself. But under central government instruction, I am not aware of any such specific rules regarding LTC and commuted leave not permitted for those aided institutions under UGC 2F and 12B. So if the applicant can make a copy of the order to me or to the course or to the MzU HRDC official, it will also be welcome, will be enlightening for me. I am very eager to see any such specific order is there. Why are not childcare leave allowed in state universities? I've already discussed state governments. Each state governments are authorized or they have the power to make their own rules. So even though childcare leave is a very important kind of leave and for a good justifiable reason, it seems some state universities are finding it a little bit difficult to implement it. But these are state specific. From central government, there are no such instructions as childcare leave should not be allowed in state universities, such and such. So it is the employees in those institutions or in those states themselves that you have to go to the concerned authority regarding those benefits and facilities. Maternity leave, paternity leave, and child care leave. Maternity leave, it's admissible for married or unmarried female employees with less than 2 surviving children. The duration is 180 days at a time. So the female employee can be married, or it can also, or that female employee can also be unmarried, but the rule allows them, whether they are married or unmarried, to avail the benefit of maternity leave. So the leave granting authority cannot, or the leave granting authority should not deny the maternity leave on the grounds that the female employee is not married. And we even don't know who is the father of that baby. Such questions need not arise. So if the female is pregnant and she delivered a baby, so she should be allowed to avail maternity leave of 180 days, whether she is married or unmarried. But maternity leave cannot be enjoyed in 2 spells. The employee cannot say that 90 days at a time will be availed and I will join my organization for like 30 days. In the next 90 days, I will be on maternity leave again. So it should be granted only in 1 spell. Wala.
Hello, PMS.
Yes, there is just some slight disturbance from my office, so
Okay.
I'll share again.
Okay.
I think it's visible again.
Yeah, it
Yes.
is visible.
Yes. So now let's go to paternity leave. And paternity leave is admissible to male married employees with less than 2 surviving children, and 15 days during wife's confinement. It has to be applied up to 15 days before or up to 6 months from date of delivery. So from the expected date, 15 days from the expected date of delivery, paternity leave can be availed. Or even after delivery, the male employee can choose not to avail immediately. But as long as he availed up to 6 months from the date of delivery, paternity leave can be allowed. But unlike maternity leave, in the case of paternity leave, the male employee has to be married. So if the lady or the lady with which that male employee is having a baby, if that lady is not married to him, paternity leave cannot be availed. So like maternity leave, this paternity leave should also be availed in one spell. And childcare leave, so this may not be enjoyed in some state institutions and under some state governments. Childcare leave is 730 days during entire service, and it is admissible to women employees with minor children for taking care of 2 eldest children. It is also now extended to single male parents. They may be unmarried, widower, or divorcee employees. That 730 days is segregated into two equal 365 days. So for the first 365 days, the childcare leave can be availed with 100% of your leave salary with full benefit, that means. And for the next 365 days, it will be 80% of your leave salary. 20% of your salary will be deducted during the next half of 365 days. And minor for the purpose of childcare leave is below 18 years of age. And childcare leave have to be availed not less than 5 days at a time. For single female government servant, 6 spells in a calendar year. That is 6 times in a calendar year is allowed. But for single male parents, it should be limited to 3 spells. So the childcare leave have to be sanctioned as earned leave. Now we will go through the UGC regulations, the salient features of the UGC regulations 2018. So the full title is University Grants Commission Minimum Qualifications for Appointment of Teachers and Other Academic Staff in Universities and Colleges, and Other Measures for the Maintenance of Standards in Higher Education Regulations 2018. And this regulation becomes effective from 18 July 2018, which is the date of notification in the official gazette. And as per this regulation, PhD degree is mandatory for assistant professor in universities from 1st July 2023. So from 1st July of this year, PhD degree will be mandatory qualification for assistant professor. Initially, the date was fixed at 1st July 2021, but due to pandemic, government has postponed implementation of this rule. And PhD degree has already been made a mandatory for appointment, including promotion under career advancement scheme to professor and associate professor. Earlier, till the 2010 UGC regulations, a teacher can be promoted to associate professor under career advancement scheme, even if that teacher is not having PhD degree. But now, in order for the appointment and promotion for a professor and associate professor, PhD degree is a mandatory qualification, and it will soon be a mandatory qualification for assistant professor also. So the UGC regulation 2018 covers CAS promotion criteria under CAS from various academic level 10 to academic level, from academic level 11 to level 12 to level 13A, level 14, level 15. These can all be seen from the UGC regulations. It's available in the UGC website. So it need not be, we need not go into the details. But at the same time, it's important to note that there are slight criteria or slight variations among college teachers and university teachers, even for the same promotion. So the requirement is slightly different. This is for academic level 11 to academic level 12. In most cases, at the initial level of promotion, performance assessment and completion of some courses and programs. Maybe this may be the reason why you are now also attending the our program under UGC HRDC, Mizoram University. The academic and research score, or the API score, is not the requirement at the initial stages in most cases. So for college teachers, academic and research score, or the API score, is a mandatory requirement only at the level of professor. Up to associate professor, there is no requirement of academic and research score. So as per rules, your CAS application has to be submitted within 3 months from the date of eligibility for promotion. If your date of promotion is 1st January, then from 1st October of the previous year onwards, you can submit your CAS application. So this 3 months rule means, the meaning is in that way. It does not mean that you can submit in September, August, July, like that. But it should be within 3 months from the date of eligibility for promotion. The date of receipt in the office is a very significant date for your CAS. If an application is received after the due date of promotion, then the date of receipt in the office will be treated as new date of promotion. If a teacher applies for promotion and found not eligible, she can apply again only after 1 year. So you have to more or less know that you satisfy the minimum requirement before submission of your application. Otherwise, if the screening committee or the selection committee found that you are not eligible, then your date of promotion will be delayed by 1 year. So then the mandatory orientation courses and the refresher courses required are to be completed during the assessment period. You might have attended some OC or some RC before you joined service, or during your promotion from level 1 to level 2. But that will not be admissible for your promotion from level 2 to level 3. I think it is almost 3 o'clock now. And since option for pay fixation, although it is important, I feel, but this is a little bit advanced and will require some detailed deliberation. I think it may not be covered at this stage. And whatever we have covered, I think that may be enough for the time being, considering the time constraint.
Yeah. So, yeah. So now time is almost 3 o'clock. So we will stop here, sir. And
Okay.
I think some questions are there in middle. Sometimes I was not there. I don't know you take up this or not.
Yes, I think, yeah, whatever questions have been there in the chat and Q&A, I have
Yeah.
already attended all
Okay,
of them.
okay, okay.
Yes.
So I think then the things clear. So thank you so much. Sir, so thank you so much, QMS, for your
Yes.
valuable time. Being a administrative officer in university, you have a lot of engagement, and even then you agree for this lecture in interest of the HRDC as well as our participant. So thank you so much for your valuable time and very informative session, which is definitely very useful for all the participants in their career. So with this, my office will contact you soon for the other official formalities. So thank you so much, QMS. You may
Thank you.
leave
Thank
now.
you. Yes.
So, dear participant, be stay still 2-3 minutes are there. The next resource person, he may join soon. Sir, good afternoon.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Sir, please you put the curtain. A lot of light is coming and your face is not visible because of reflection. बैक साइड में जो विंडो है सर उस पर पर्दा थोड़ा लगा लीजिए, बहुत लाइट रिफ्लेक्ट हो रहा है,
Okay.
आपका फेस विजिबल नहीं हो रहा है। हाँ, now okay sir, now. So, dear participant, good afternoon again. And
Very good
today
afternoon.
session and the last class we are going to have with a eminent speaker, Professor O.P. Tripathi. Professor O.P. Tripathi is presently head of Department of Environmental Science, Mizoram University. And sir is today going to talk about the environment, climate change, and the natural resources of Eastern Himalaya. So very interesting topic sir is going to talk. So now with this small introduction, sir, I am handing over the session for your lecture, sir.
Okay, thank you. Manoj Saab,
Yes, sir.
just let me know that the slide is moving or not.
Yeah.
Then I can start after
Yeah.
that.
So make it presentation mode. Then sometimes. Yeah. Now it is moving, sir. Make it presentation mode, sir.
Okay. Next slide is moving.
So now one time it move. You change. Not moving now.
Then the presentation mode, I think it will not move then.
Now, yeah. Now it is moving, sir.
Okay, but presentation mode is not moving, no?
No, your slide is not went in presentation mode till now.
Now it's in presentation mode. Is
No,
moving.
for us it is not in presentation mode, sir.
This is presentation mode. Now it is moving.
No,
Going
not
to
moving.
next slide.
No, not
moving.
moving, sir.
Please allow me to go in this mode only.
Okay, sir, no problem.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. Okay. Now, very good afternoon to one and all. This is O.P. Tripathi. As the participants from the different disciplines, so I brought the very simple concept of ecology, environment, something on the climate change and the resources that we are, because we are blessed. We are lying in such a place where the bioresources are very high. And we all know that we ranked among the mega diversity countries and one of the hottest spot. Even we lies in the hottest spot also once they go at the higher rate of endemism and all. So how our environment is, so some basic literature that is available. So I will talk on it with respect to the state of Arunachal Pradesh. So if we will look off, like we are interacted with the close interactions. We study in ecology the food chain, food web concepts and all. So like this slide, if we will see that the diagram represents how the various lives under this given environment and all in the form of either chain, one is connected with other is connected with other in one or other form. Like we say that generally we talk in the plant perspective, then we say that as they are the producer, so they synthesize food and then there are trophic levels, then primary consumer, secondary consumer, tertiary consumer. And there may be many relies as a primary consumer on the producers and all, and they form even sometimes we call it wave kind of interaction among themselves. The food wave we say, the basic concepts is this. So we are part of environment and along with the other organism, biota, that is ecology, the home where the life resides in a simple concept. All of Earth, our inhabitants are interwoven in complex of wave relationship, that is in conceptually it is food wave. Interaction of the parts affect the whole system. And depending on the role, they may be categorized into the different categories. Like there are concepts says food keystone. Maybe let's say one plant on which there are 20 lives resides. If we will remove the keystone species or umbrella species, then automatically the 20 will be affected because of that. So in that situation, we have to take care of is not that if we are affecting one, other is not affected. Other will be automatically affected as of this interrelationship among each other. That's what it says, that if we are removing or altering, forest degradation, forest disturbance, forest encroachment, then because is the place where the most of the producers lies on. So in those concepts, if we are any of it, either altering, damaging, or removing, then we are affecting the entire system. Entire interactions are automatically impacted by this. Like if we will look off the literature in the concepts of removal or damage, then sometime you will find, let's say a forest, or suppose 5 square kilometer, and a road is proposed and is going to pass through it, and we are saying maybe 0.1 hectare area is impacted because of this. But this 0.1 hectare area impacts will be evaluated only based on from where it is going. If let's say its impact is less, if it is going from the periphery of the forest, then no edges, no fragments, so least impact will be out there. But suppose I am taking this road from the center of the forest, then one forest has been broken into two. So one part is automatically clean, and then indirect impact of wind movement, light movement. And if we will look off all the biota that is residing out there, nowadays they are very particular to their specific need. So those who has a very specialized niche, so they cannot tolerate. So in that situation, the impact will be huge. Many they may be lost. So it's not that at what rate we are damaging, where we are the damage or encroachment or fragmentation is caused, we must look up so that the environment of that community should not be severely altered. Because if so, then the life who are influenced by that surrounding environment will be impacted at the level on which they are exposed. Literature says that the many consequences of doing so are unpredictable. So understanding how the whole operates is critical for humankind if we are to survive. Like nowadays you might be keep on hearing sustainable development goal. All these, the manufacturer, the producer, the food, the plant needs to be protected, conserved, so that its production can be in position to meet the ever-growing demand with certain scientific and technological interventions. The down diagram that had been, that is very simple, like how the composition goes. So our smallest unit is the atom, combined together forms the molecule or compound. Then cell organelles are formed. Then cell. In cell, group of cells forms the tissue. Tissue forms the organ. In organ compilation, it goes to the one. So there are in ecology term, art ecology, population ecology, community ecology. So if we will look up, like it is an interaction of the life and environment. No? So if we are describing one individual, let's say myself in the environment where I am, how I am impacted. And if this study had been carried out for certain period of time, then we are describing the ecology, right? Like this, one organism in the prevailing environment had been described. And if like me, there are many, like plantation forest or let's say man, and man. And if they together are explained with respect to the environment interactions, then we are talking to the population. And group of population forms the community. So most of the study, you will find that the community level studies are going on to understand the system as a whole. But if somewhere nowadays you might be looking up the literature where people, they are working for a plant from decades, that is because maybe that plant is very precious, having high value. I want to propagate in more and more. Therefore, I am keep on working. Or that particular population or individual is not going to sustain in prevailing environment. Like you might be keep on hearing, no? Many species are going to be rare, endangered, threatened, and vulnerable. Different group of community based on the level of pressure on which they are exposed, as well as the population surviving. In that concept, they have been grouped into classifications of the IUCN. So now we are conducting a study in respect to interaction individually only when these situations emerges. Like you might be knowing, many medicinal value are associated with, there is a herb called panax. Many soap and all cosmetics you will find ginseng is added. There are tablet also we get for high vitamins and all, that is also constituent is ginseng. So like, because it has a high medicinal value, cosmetic and other industries, it has value. Therefore, that level of studies are going to be conducted. Otherwise, in general, we will be talking to the individual level, community level. Now, to understand the environment or ecology, we have to understand 3-4 basic concepts. The habitat is very important, where habit resides. Habit is life. I am in this classroom, so this room is habitat for me, and habit I am. I am the habit, and this classroom is habitat. So we all know. But nowadays, the study has gone deeper to the habitat. That is niche. The niche describes the specific need of mind. Suppose I need the light in this classroom, but light is coming a meter far to me. So I am not going to be benefited by that light. And in this room, suppose there is a 10 lux of light, and that is the requirement. And of this room, but as I am not benefited directly, indirectly of it hardly scattered light because of that atmospheric interaction and all, which goes my scattering, non-selective scattering, and then the Rayleigh scattering in atmosphere, and same on the ground also, absorption, reflection, and then the scattering. So scattered light we get. So that scattered light is not meeting my demand. Therefore, I am negatively impacted in this habitat. But overall, this habitat is favorable to me, but my demand is partially fulfilled. So if I have to sustain here, then definitely that light should be brought to me. Otherwise, I should be translocated to that position where there is a light. Neither in future, my population will not sustain there. So there is no sustainable management of this. That's why people started working on researches on niche level. Now it is very popular concept. All of us, we might be getting in literature, no? Niche modeling, right? And wherever you will find the niche modeling, definitely there is a one biota associated with you, for which I am doing this modeling. They say something like modeling technological interventions in it, less the GIS, because nowadays the satellite data are available, so there are most users. Suppose I am taking just one example of rhinos of Assam. There are rhinos. Why not? If there is a lot of pressure in Kaziranga, then they can be shifted to here and there. There are many more national forest and biosphere reserves are there, other than the Kaziranga National Park. But we are unable to do that. That is because the required niche is not available out there. So by this technology, looking of the need of that biota and environment, all site characteristics, if we compile and we work out some landscape level of study, then we can model. In this Assam, these are the area where these kind of condition or these kind of requirements are. So we can translocate it. So that's why the niche. And then another is the concept is limiting factor. We all understand neither more is good nor less is good. So optimum need. Otherwise, the growth will be suppressed. Our regeneration will be suppressed. Population dynamics will be. So every character limits. And then we have carrying capacity. Every piece of land, it can accommodate given number. We cannot give more than it. Otherwise, they will be negatively impacted, not positively. So we have to understand how much it can accommodate. So that is called carrying capacity. With respect to anything, you can carrying capacity of room with respect to sitting or network or the plant. That can be many of you might have seen there is a space between two plants this much meter, but other plant there will be more depending on the need, and then the carrying capacity of habitat and then range of tolerance. Now we might be looking of there are some very specialized niche range. Range is very specialized, and from having the wider range, we might be keep on hearing invasive non-native species. So most of it has the very high range of tolerance, wide range of tolerance. They can sustain in very low nutrient, they can sustain in high nutrient, low light, high light, less moisture, more moisture, vice versa. So that we have to understand. Otherwise, if these kind who having the wider range of tolerance coming to a habitat, then the specialized niche population will be lost. I am just referring everything with respect to plant. You can keep whatever example you want to keep, but the basic of the range of tolerance is this. We have to understand that at what level it can sustain. But if we will look off, like before this slide, if we will look off the environment prevailing in Northeast India as a whole, and with respect to rest part of country, the look of the geographical area, our contribution is very less. And if we will look of the ecosystem, that terrestrial or aquatic, whatever ecosystem we have out here as a whole, then we are representing almost most of the class, some who may have the background of, let's say, the life sciences or environmental science, geography, and other things, so they might be knowing that forest types of India and that are biogeographic zone of India, phytogeography. If we have concept on it, so the reason generally of doing this is if we can understand a phytogeography or biogeography, then wherever it is out there, your plan of action here can be implemented in that area blindly, and most of your action will work there successful. Blindly, if we are going, it may not be successful. So if we will look up, this work has been done by a forester long back, and they have a book also, Forest Types of India. So major classification, they said there are 16 group of landscape as per the prevailing environment, soil, life sustaining in that area, and the height and all of the what you call the altitude. So out of 16, who is representing the whole country? Almost 13 and plus, 13 plus, I must say, we have in Northeast India. Because we don't have extreme dry, so maybe that is the one class. That tropical, dry evergreen, and sometimes maybe dry evergreen, and one more, because littoral and swamp we have lot many, and subtropical, temperate, and alpine, to all 9 class we have in Northeast India. So if we are so diverse, so definitely if biota, every habit, they need some specific habitat or niche. So more the diversity, more the probability of bioresources to be present out there. Our natural resources will be more out there. But I'm not going to that part. I am just coming back. At the same time, we are representing the most. We are blessed here. But at the same time, we have also lot pressure on our landscape. So this slide is talking about, look up the photograph. This land is denuded because of our zooming pattern. So maybe, I hope this is part of Arunachal Pradesh, probably, where the land has been cleaned. So we all know about this, particularly my colleague from Northeast India. So they are very acquainted with this. Maybe the colleague from rest part, this kind of farming practice may not be very common. So now it says that land use change. Now in present scenario is resulting severe negative impact on the humankind. That is because of environment is modified, our site as a whole modified. It means productivity modified, and we are very closely associated with the production of resources, because we derive many things from there directly. Indirectly though is fine, but directly also we are deriving many things from this piece of land. So if many of it is damaged, definitely our lifestyle, food habit, physiology will be altered. Now, if we will look up the existence, then everything is dependent on how the cycling, biogeochemical cycling is taking place in that landscape, because renewal is very important. Only exploitation will be harmful. Take the example of Punjab. They are the best producer of or maximum producer of wheat. But now they have also gone for different land use, like they are integrated farming they are moving, because like more extraction was there of the water resources because of more application of fertilizer. So soil texture or biogeochemical cycle of that land had been altered. And because of that, productivity has declined. So many places, if you happens to visit Punjab, you will find the plants are planted all around, or before growing the agricultural crop, they will plant some leguminous plant, they will allow it to grow for some time, and then they will plow it. That is because they want to change the soil texture, or they want to enrich the organic nutrient in the soil, or further buffer, because all exposed land, so evapotranspiration will be, or loss of moisture from the soil will be rapid. In that given context, it is harmful. Same in photograph also. If this kind of situation will come, soil moisture will be lost very easily. The litter lying on it may not decompose fast, and vice versa. Therefore, the cycle will be impacted. Availability of carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, the major elements will be less, as well as runoff and other thing will go on. So we have to look up. And nowadays, like keeping this plant in consideration, a lot of negotiations are going on in climate change mitigation, and certain adaptation measures are being made out on it. Thereby the carbon capture and all studies are going on this, how the land use changes. Because like these are the blazed area, northeastern region, let's say, or take the entire Himalayan region. Rest part or most part of the countries are deriving their benefit because of this only, either getting the perennial water bodies in the form of river or what, or timber, or good air, so on and so forth. So we have to work for this to manage this. Otherwise, we will lose the habitat, we will lose the bioresources, and vice versa. Same again, it is talking of, I thought that I will show that how the environment is going to be damaged. If see all air surrounded portion may be very good environment, but if it is exposed, to poor environment, poor nutrient availability. But as I am attached with this land, so I need some food grains also. That's why I am doing this. But as a like experts, if I have to say, then definitely I will say that why not integrated farming other than complete clearing of this land. Nowadays, a lot of like slope land technology is available, integrated farming is available, multi-layer agroforestry systems are available. Although the productivity will be slightly less, but input cost and all, it is like overall benefit that we are going to derive, it is going to be sustainable. So this is the case out here. And we can further look up this. Now the burn terraces and all have been made out here. Some plants are left. So if some scientific interventions we can give out here more. So like the plants that are planted on the bunds, they can be of leguminous, they can be of some fodder crop, depending on the requirement of the society. Some horticultural crop. So although the agriculture will be less, but if we will combine this horticulture also, or floriculture, or whatever we are going in on these bunds of the terraces where I am doing agriculture, the overall benefit is sometime more, if it's not less, uh, equal, it will be more. And at the same time, if we will see the cost benefit analysis, so in this, my investment will be very less. And thereby, my benefit will be more. So ratio will be very high in this, in spite if I am getting suppose equal amount from same piece of land, if in open, let's say settled farming, I am getting 100 rupees. And with this system also, I am getting 100 rupees. So in earlier system, I am investing 50 rupees. But here hardly I have to invest 10 rupees. So this way, this is more beneficial as well as the sustainable also. So this can prove an excellent approach in this changing environment. Now to the general, this we all know, we are getting in all literature books and all, there are various elements present in the atmosphere, of which the nitrogen is one among the greater concentration, and then the and oxygen, oh sorry, carbon dioxide, we are bit buried because this can trap the sunlight. And then greenhouse gas effect and all that, you know, because if simply technically we have to understand, then let's say just a minute. If technically we have to understand the incident energy, the energy which is coming from sun, the sunlight, so the strength of it will be more as compared to once it is going up, because there are a certain composition of the atmosphere. In table we can see like this. After that, there may be cloud, there may be suspended particulates matter, gases present in the atmosphere, so they will trap some. So once they are like coming on the ground, then again there will be some if we will look of energy matter interactions. So generally absorption, scattering and reflection, three phenomena takes place. So once reflection we will look of, so they will be slightly weaker than the incident, the one which is coming. And because of this, they are unable to cross. So lower substratum, let's say up to, we say that 7 or 10 kilometer or 15 kilometer, these elements are there, and up to certain kilometer life is out there. So there they remain trapped, and because of that the temperature rises, whom we were calling the greenhouse gas effect and all. Anyway, so we have to understand this, because if temperature rises, many physiological disorder may take place, or many ecosystem functioning will be impacted. Thereby, we have to have the study on this and look of like a pre-industrial time, somewhere around 260 ppm, they were started talking to the carbon. Now it is 400 ppm. And then every government is crying, and everybody had the policy like 2070 vision or 2030 vision to like stabilize the release of the carbon in the atmosphere and all. Lot of studies nowadays going on carbon capture, storage, carbon equivalent, carbon footprint, carbon trading, all are going on only to how to like regulate this. Because like a lot of study you will find impact of let's say the temperature or light on the physiology, phenology, growth, growing season, all. So if I have to take the phenology like annual calendar, so now you look up, many growing period had been changed, because either I am not getting the desired light intensity at that temperature. Thereby, the flowering or fruiting or decomposition or germination, they are impacted. Thereby, lot of nowadays shift is going on, and new breeds people they are working. Like you will find that the wild variety we are introducing. Sometimes somewhere I was saying like nowadays you will get that the apple dotted, no, pears. You look the peel of apple and pears. So now apple also it is white spots, no, which is common phenomenon for the pears fruit, not for the apple. That is just because that we have to either resistance, we have to increase our sweetness or sourness, we have to, or we have to, we did for the storage, increasing the storage so that it can be stored for a longer period than what is out there. But on existence also, how the environment impact can be minimized on this crop. That is in could be also one reason because of which this kind of study. So a lot of and if we have to look for like this the concentration that I have said that if we have to look of these kind of diagrams you have available everywhere in the meteorology, climatology, or anybody who is working on climate and all, no? Because we need long-term data. Under that sense, if we will see that report says that sometime 0.7 or somewhere it has been said 1.5 degree in centuries, the temperature has been raised. And because of that, certain modelings are there, which says that if this is there, that will happen. But that is going to happen because if trend continues, which has been continued in the past 100 years, if same continues, then this will happen. But that may not happen also, or not happening also, because ice melting, lot of literatures were available there. No? In 2030, there will be sea level will be rise by this much meter, and then so much part of the globe will be submerged, and nothing is happening. Is just because that these are giving a lesson to the policy maker to negotiate upon, to work upon, so that if we cannot make it less, at least stabilize, we can do that. That's why now you will look off with concept to the our country India, many department like a component always remains with the plant. If this much of the total funds will be shifted or will be utilized for plantation and other activities, because this is the one who can capture the atmospheric carbon and can neutralize to some extent. And many countries like Thailand, Cambodia, Myanmar, they are doing business on this forest also, because the developed country like US, which is not signatory of IPCC, they don't like they are industrialists, all industrialized, no? So blame will go to them. So what they do that like how much they are releasing in the atmosphere. So some country like let's say the Thailand, they will own some forest area. For that they will pay to the government of Thailand, and they will say that that much the captures are there, and this much is released, so capture is there, so we should not be blamed. I may not have sufficient land to convert into the forest land, but in place, equal amount I am paying to some country who can do for me. So vice versa, things are going on. But this way, we are trying to look of the pattern, and then based on that, the policies are being made. In case of here, we will look of how we will be untouched in this changing scenario of climate. Definitely, we may not have the vast impact, but as we have the plants more and purifying the local level, so is fine. But if it goes to the atmosphere level, the wind of some places coming warmer wind, and this cold wind is going somewhere, so somehow we are also impacted and witnessed, and keeping all this in its concept to prove it, then like some study done by the ISC Bangalore and then Hajarika from CAU. That time I think he was in Neris, and they looked up the centuries climate data of Northeast India, and then like they visualize that here also the sometime 0.1, sometime 0.5 degree rise in temperatures are recorded, but this variation mostly lies on the seasonality basis. In season influences are there, and then so they have worked for the various, because IMD has their own meteorological stations out here from where we can collect the data and we can do, especially the climatologists are working on it, and they are trying to prove that what is going to happen. Like almost a century he worked, and then they reported that some area there is a more rainfall, in other area slightly less, or the periodicity of rainfall or intensity of rainfall is changing. Then we have to, if periodicity of rainfall is changing, then the all growing crops and all will be impacted, so we have to look for. But if intensity of rainfall is increasing, then what is that area where more intense rain has taken? If it's denuded, exposed hilltops, then definitely there will be lot erosion and all, like flash flood and all is very common phenomenon in some part of the Northeast India. During rainy season, a lot of assets are damaged because of this. Many roads remains blocked and all. Yeah. While looking this trend, like some of them can, the policy maker basically, they can work for remedial measures. So it's same. Now, like everything is going to be impacted by climate. So is out here. Some sectors have been said out here, like let's say the temperature, because this will regulate the moisture, uptake of the nutrients because of evapotranspiration, loss of moisture, and then elements are moving up and up. That precipitation very important, and based on precipitation only, there are all cropping patterns in case of agricultural crops. Take the example of Assam, we are taking 2-3 times rice in a year. You go to other parts of country, we get only 1 time. That is because of the more precipitation. And in precipitation, like previously I was talking, intensity and periodicity. So basically, periodicity is very important other than the intensity. For example, if we will take the, let's say I belong from Uttar Pradesh. We also have a 200 centimeter plus rainfall in a year. And if I have to take the Assam, which represents major class of forest type, then there also the rainfall is same. But Assam, you visit, most part of Assam you will find green and waterlogged area, all perennials. But my state, most of the time dry. That is because of the periodicity. Because here, that 200 or 220 centimeter rainfall in a year, we get almost 6, 7, 8 months. But there we get in 1-2 months. If rainy day we have to count, then hardly it may be 30 days, a month in general. It may be more also. I'm just saying that we have a clear rainy season of 3 months. Within 3 months, it may rain 1 month and 2 months may not rain, or whatever it is, but it's 90 days. So that 90 days may support to another 90 days because intensity is very high, then most of it is runoff also. But here, sometime rain takes place of 10 centimeter, sometime 10 millimeter or 1 millimeter. So once the lesser rain is coming, then it gets a lot of time to percolate inside. So soil moisture remains available throughout the year. That's why here more greeneries are there. So like that, the precipitation and moisture is very important component. As you add carbon, nitrogen, potassium in soil and plant one plant there, and then make it dry. Like don't water is no use because without moisture, that nitrogen phosphorus cannot go in different parts of the plant that we know. So in that given scenario, this periodicity plays a vital role. Atmospheric composition, because we have to work for the light and other. Then the extreme situations or variations in the pattern of this. All these together, climate. What way it was, the Ricard said, it's changing or not changing, that is one part, but it has made one sector. Now, if one sector influence, we have to look up like deforestation, degradation, and production. Now, if coupled with temperature, I am saying more, and then I am doing deforestation. Then more severe impact. If we are degrading, then slightly lesser impact. But both of it negatively can impact the production capacity of that landscape. And if so, then you link the other dependent which are there on these forest resources, so they will be impacted. Or if we have to take the agriculture example same way, there are land degradation, loss in production, loss in diversity. Climate change can directly influence. Coupled with either, let's say the land degradation, sometime for some purpose it had been used or more lime or more, let's say the acidic or sodic soil has been converted because of land use pattern and all, and then the production is less, we kept the abandoned. Or some waterlogged area, or some, if chemical effluents and other things are coming from some industry and passing through that, so lateral recharge of moisture, along with that, elements have moved in the agricultural field. So they are influencing. Like, is the lateral recharge in geology of Northeast India? No? Yeah, we are getting more arsenic content. And many reports are available. Because of this, many cancer patients are there in Northeast India. Oh, arsenic, which has been recharged through moisture and all. So that maybe whatever the elements they are coming, not the degradation, but because of some chemical which is harmful, the crop which I am growing, I cannot. Then in that case, land will be left abandoned and degraded and so on and so forth. Improper or unscientific management of the land system, and thereby the production will be less. And sometimes like loss of diversity also. You look up in your, we all belongs from the place, we know there are diversity of crop in my area. Earlier, there are many variety of crops, agricultural crops are grown, but in due course of time, either lesser demand in the market or lesser choice by the society or low production. We are confined only to certain selective crops only. Many crops have been not grown. If I have to say, many crops, pulses and all were grown earlier, but nowadays only few pulses are grown, whatever it is, but that is going to lead the loss in the varieties, either plant or animal or wherever. Then climate influence on the bioresources, number may decline, variety may decline, specific area population may decline. The variety that are existing in same place may vary, or there may be more negative interactions because survival of fittest. Let's say the temperature is more, that no native species are coming out there. There may be invasion by non-native. They are flourishing there. Then further they are releasing some chemical, what you call allelochemics, and they are further suppressing the native species. So in that interactions, its number will be lost, natives number, or earlier there may be 20 variety and they have removed 5, 6 because they were growing in that area. Then we have only 15, 12, like that. So this may be not exactly because of climate, but yes, climate is also one major driver who can directly interfere the site, and it can alter the site, and thereby now that is not a specialized niche of varieties, thereby the impacted. Water, though many you see nowadays, a lot of programs are going on by Government of India on rejuvenation of springs, lake, some rivers, either perennial had been converted to seasonal, and then some of them they are dying, not coming, either land degradation way or lesser precipitation, or somewhere the drainage system, natural drainage has been encroached or damaged by some action. So in these given situation, the water availability and water, as I have said, for the case of the plant, no move of elements in the producer. And same, we say that everywhere there is 80% water. So we can understand that what is going to happen. And that's why nowadays a lot of rejuvenation programs are going on to make the water available everywhere, so that the lateral recharge and other thing can be. And if if it has to come to us, the human health, then definitely there are various diseases, population of some microbes, some insect will increase on low or high temperature, low or high precipitation. There may be different kind of diseases may come out, and it may be disastrous to the human health and all. So like that, the most of the sector, if we will look of, as we are directly, indirectly governed by the light, temperature and water, then if atmosphere is not supportive, all will be impacted by this. A lot of people, they are talking on the vulnerability nowadays. So like I thought that we can look off that the vulnerable society because of this climate change with respect to resources. So the one who are going to be directly influenced and the impact will be more, always poorer, Jhumias, because the site is non-productive in due course of time, and in that case, like many places you will find land is lying abandoned, it is left. there is a fellowship called Satoyama in JSPS for plant sciences. They have a scheme called Satoyama. So we will look up, no, most of the cultivars, they left their land and they moved towards the job. And then abandoned land had been occupied in such a way, the productive potential had been lost. And then they have to dependent on the food grains on the neighboring countries and all. So later on, the government of Japan, they decided that let the scientists come from the different parts of the globe and look up how we can restore this land, abandoned land, to the culturable land and productivity, so that we can dependent on the food grains, self-sufficient production of the food grain. But anyway, the Jhumias will be many is like poor people. You will find they are collecting various NTFPs from the forest. If its production is less and they are selling to the market and they are surviving, they are generating some 500 bucks or 200 bucks per day, and then families are sustained. But if in changing environment scenario, resources are impacted, then they are going to be negatively impacted. So NTFP collectors will be there, artisans, who made the design by the wood carving and other thing. Livestock fodder problem may be there. Flood prone area, like look of it is the Assam is the better example, where like rainy season you will find a lot area gets submerged. Or look up our neighboring country Bangladesh, lot of water from Brahmaputra, it goes and submerged the area in Bangladesh. So, and then the herbal practitioner. Northeast India is very rich in traditional knowledges and all, so they will be. So for that, like Northeast India, we are good in social capital, safety net, benefit sharing. We have lot resources of food, medicine, healthcare, lesser healthcare in the traditional healthcare, then lesser chance of crop failure because of diversity. Water we are abundant. So this is the good as far as the resources, natural resources is concerned in Northeast India. But we are also at the same time, we are weak in like infrastructure because of the of accessibility of we don't have every district, every let's say block and all with good healthcare facility. So that is one. And then agricultural production low because we have lesser settled agriculture. Particularly if we will take the example of Mizoram, then hardly like we have area where we go for settled agriculture. We are keep on shifting or like that. That we have more. We have like Mizoram University is the one. There may be 50 people from the university who is working on the climate change. But if you will go to Guwahati, there are many university institutions and all. So that is again infrastructure and availability of resources who are doing. But in general, most part of the Northeast India, we are not so updated on the climate change database or impact or adaptation or mitigation measures and all. If we have to look of to the best of my knowledge, I think hardly we have 3-4 meteorological stations in Northeast India. We may have one in Cherrapunji, one in Silchar, one in Guwahati Airport. I hope this Tejpur side, not Tejpur side, I hope Dibrugarh side they have hardly limited number. And like automatic weather stations and all may not be functional. So until or unless we don't have long-term data on climate. We cannot do much on it. The 5-10 years data, it may not be so precise to predict something or to develop some policy. So could be one weakness we have. Poverty, yes, one issue, over industrialization, socioeconomic status and all. That's why we are more dependent on the resources. But again, we have many opportunities here. Like we can be like citrus and all, they have the many research why varieties in Meghalaya and all people they are doing. Like we have variety whenever it has to go for breeding programs and all, we can take the wild variety and come up with this. We are very rich in the traditional knowledges and all, which can be documented, which can be copyright and that too. Then we have to work more on the healthcare system and all. So like these are the sectors where the opportunities are very high and we can work with too. And then the many actions to be known. The harvesting system, Mizoram is the best example for what more larger level. Then like rejuvenation, I was saying, no, to integrated water resource management, because tomorrow we have to work with the integrated management of water. And then storage facility, we are very weak. Hardly we have the cold storage in different parts of the country. Sorry, of Northeast India. Assam maybe many, but other states I don't know. We are producing a lot of oranges, pineapple, and ginger, potatoes, different places. But many, like I served for longer period in Arunachal. I think there is no storage in whole state. They are coming to one storage in Assam. They have, they are coming down that side. Anyway, then we have to look for the forest fire. Forest fire alarms are there nowadays. Survey of India, no, sorry, Forest Survey of India, they are maintaining a website where they are maintaining the precision, how the forest fire is taking place at national level, when, where, how, and so that the concerned authority can take appropriate actions. The capacity building, yes, R&D is we have to work with. So as versa, something we can look up. Like I thought that I must say something on this, like rather than taking the small scale actions, result, field result, why not to come up with the bigger result? So nowadays, like to support us, ISRO has developed one center in Northeast India also, Northeastern Space Application Center in Meghalaya, Umiam, where there are skilled persons are there. The primary aim of them to assist the all the state government of 80 states, train the manpower in these states, and education, training, capacity building, all these, they are there. So they are working. So we can collaborate with them, and then we can work with. So some they are working even at their own level or in collaborations with this ISRO also, as we are collecting the long-term database on the timberline shift and the phenology of some of the plant in alpine area of Northeast India. We have developed some station funded by ISRO in Space Application Center, Ahmedabad. So from almost 9 years, we are working on it in alpine, and we are trying to, like, as I was saying, the plants are very sensitive. its phenology is directly related with the desired light temperature, this and that. As its like pattern is changing, my behavior is changing, then I can establish that something is wrong. This flowering was taking place during this month and not taking, now is shifted 1 month later. And then if we will correlate with the temperature or light data of that solar radiation of that month in the past. And then if is same, then we can establish yes, because we know if germination is there, then this light intensity is required. Or if initiation of bud is there, this light intensity is required, or this moisture or temperature is required. So we find that in like the trees which are not growing on higher ridges, now slowly they are shifting up and up, because the temperature which they need was below, now is upside. Therefore, their seeds and all are dispersed and germinated and growing. So like that, this we can take that the integrated approach of remote sensing GIS, and then we can work for the sustainable development. And like this, I brought one slide. You can apply any field this, because this is a map, and map whatever data you want to show, you can show. You can interlink, you can connect the point-based data. Suppose if I am saying how many patients are there due to malaria, due to diarrhea, COVID, this area, then your database can be linked with the point. Anybody can click this, that. For that, we have collected from the ground, and then that database you are bringing in the GIS environment. Land use maps are created. Similarly, the vulnerable map you can make. The lake you can say, some niche modeling you can do. So like that, I thought that we can also look off that the geospatial technology in the natural resources management. So this is very particular. I will not talk on it, may not be of use to all, but maybe some who is from life science and all can understand. Like if we say that the carbon capture, carbon stock, land use, suitability, where to develop what infrastructure. So this kind of output can be developed in this geospatial technology. Like this, the various indices which are available in the softwares, you can apply this in your area and you can create, and then you can validate it from the ground. Okay, which of the indices can give the better result? And what is my accuracy based on the ground reality check, you can say, and then you can recommend. So in future, this kind of study anybody can do, for which can be for larger area, so that it can be of use to the planners and all. So this is one. Second, like this tries to find out the biomass, okay, how biomass is distributed in a given area. This is some block of, I think is Arunachal. Some master's student they did for this. And like earlier slide, we have said certain indices. So it says that if we are using soil adjusted vegetation index, then that can give the better result as compared to the normalized differential vegetation index. And then third was SABI and differential vegetation index, DVI, SABI and NDVI. So it says like this. Then this is like a study done by some research scholar of mine who predicted, like he worked for 2000, 2010, 2000, 2090, 2000 and 2010. Because this work is in 2012, it got awarded PhD. He says that looking at the trend that is going on, the Kamrup will look like, the land use will go like this. So now, if suppose I am taking just yellow color, cultivated land, so much expansion of the cultivation area, then we have to look up, no, what will happen if we are not going to look up today for the soil moisture management, manure treatment, soil aspects and all, then tomorrow the productivity of the crop will be lesser. In that scenario, we have to look for a what can be. So it has forecasted in 2031 the Kamrup will look like this. Previously there is 4 more slide. I brought only one. What was the situation in 90, 2000, 2010 and 20, then this 30. So 21 and 31 it was predicted. Decadal it was, no, 10-year interval. So it was 2011, and then 31. So like that, if we can use the all environmental and other issues can be addressed properly. Now, like I was saying, na, we are lacking. This is a study in Tirap district of Arunachal Pradesh by one master's student. And like we tried to find out, okay, if we have to develop some cold storage to store the resources that are out there, which they don't have, then the like these spots, this says that the like this red, not red, yeah, violet or red color, you can say that these are the potential site. Now, how it had been done, like all production, road network, cultivars, soil, this market, all drivers have been pulled together, and then it has been forecasted or modeled that this is how it will be. Or the downside trade point it has been developed. If because next is the Myanmar, if Tirap district has to develop some trade point with the neighboring countries or neighboring state Assam, then where it can be. Then it says that this color says that these are the more suitable sites, more suitable and least suitable, high suitable and marginally suitable. So like that kind of study, to understand that the all atmospheric and resources issues of that area in consideration, so that we can go. So this is, and then nowadays, like we are talking to the degradation, this, that. I just put one slide, like a lot of developmental actions are taking place. So thereby we have to take care that wherever is mandatory, like it goes on, but that impact assessment must be in a proper way, because many hydropower and other thing. Look up the environment of Uttarakhand recently, and the report says that it is because of the hydropower, high frequency of hydropower setup, are their discharge setup. Tunnel that has been to carry out the stored water to the well side and all. So because of that, very recently from last 1-2 months, it is in high news that many tracks and all have been visualized, and then translocation of or shifting of the people settled out there is going on in different parts. So like that, we have to look of whenever there is any developmental aspects and all. Okay, tomorrow there must not be a this like Mizoram. I don't find much on this, but road and all, so definitely we must go through with this. But hydropower, I have a concern for state of Arunachal Pradesh, because very high potential. due to perennial river and then vast amount of water is coming from the glaciers and all. So in future, if many settlement of hydropower will take place, there must be some rigorous impact assessment. Although many other petroleum and some gas are also coming out. Like I'm in one committee of Arunachal Vedanta group. They are willing to establish 3 wells. First, what they call it, like they will explore. No? There is a possibility of petroleum there. So 3 places they have proposed, and now this process of EIA is going on. So once they will do that, but we have to look of it so that the environment should not be degraded at otherwise like all these problems will come up. And this can influence human ecosystem, climate change, resources like global warming, ozone depletion. Ozone depletion, so you might be aware, no? Like we are buried, like it was recognized only because we have many leprosy cases. If you will go in history of it, they started crying on ozone because of only that. This leprosy patient could not be cured. No? In spite, they were given the best medicine. Anyway, this is all you know, like various problems associated with the resources that is prevailing in an area. So you all relax. With this, I will end some plants which are of very high value, taxus, anti-cancer. Rhododendron nowadays, if you will go in hill stations and all, no, you will get sauce and all from. Other than that, they prepare a lot of color, no, from this. So very high market of rhododendron sauce and all. Then Coptis theta, very high medicinal value. Daphne also. There's some religious actions done by the Buddhist tribe. This, so you know, yak. On the Elysium is a, this is Elysium, no? Some this condiments, no, spices. This plant, lot of revenues are generated by this. So with this, I ended my presentation. And question, Professor Burma, anybody from HRDC?
Sir.
Yes, sir.
We are
Burma
here,
sir.
sir. We are listening,
Bhartendu sir, namaskar.
Yes, sir. Namaskar, namaskar, sir.
Sir, I think I am not getting any question in question answer box. So if anything,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes, sir. There is no question. We have not yet received any question, sir. So, dear participants, if you are having any question, please put up quickly so that sir can respond on that. Anyone? Any question? Sir, only thank yous are coming, sir.
Oh, thanks to both the organizer and deputy director giving the time for me to share my experiences.
So, sir, one,
Sir, one question came. Sir, one question is there in Q&A box.
Yeah. Does cloud seeding help in gaining soil moisture? I will suggest no, it can, but sometime if we will go against the nature, then definitely that will be disastrous. It's better that we will rejuvenate the water body, allow the transmission of and transpiration and the evapotranspiration let the cloud form and then rain. Otherwise, with something we are launching to brush the cloud. So definitely some of the chemical constituents are going to be aided in the atmosphere, as well as the something coming on the ground also who may not be good for the human health. Because China, they are trying this kind of experiment. Sometimes they burst the on some occasion to make the ground like dust free. They do this cloud burst, but this will be so expensive. How we will encourage this for farmer and all, having negative impact also. So it's better that put our hand together in rejuvenating the restoring all water bodies and all, not allowing much to go in the, let's say, the river and oceans. Let the recharge and soil moisture retain. I think this is the one which I can say. Rest of the one who asked question can tell if he has something more to hear. Oh,
Sir,
okay.
so one Anudhuti, she is asking, fog harvesting may be good option to restore soil moisture.
Yes, yes. This organic not only organic farming, even like somewhere I cited the example of Punjab also, no? They are growing some leguminous crop and they are plowing, and then because this will change the soil texture. And if texture is changed, automatically the water holding capacity of the soil as well as the retention of soil will be changed. Humus will be added in soil. So even the organic farming also, because I think most part of the like hilly area of the Northeast India, they don't use much chemical and pesticides. So it's organic farming only, but if we are going integrating some leguminous crops and all, that will be even better in this situation. And saying something else, sir, cold storage facility was a huge hurdle. So that this problem is there, but the government has to find out some suitable sites, because my experience says that we have a lot of pineapple and oranges production. And because of poor this facility or processing unit, even food processing unit also, we don't have much. Most of it goes like at very low cost and is not so viable. Many farmers, they have left their orchards abandoned and all. In that case, though, the policy has to be looked up. There are techniques which can say, sir, where it can be. So I think guessing can be satisfied if.
So one Aditya Kant, he is just asking, can you suggest some books on ethnopharmacy in northeastern region?
Ethnopharmacy, to be very frank, very honest, I cannot suggest. He can, because I am not the man who is working on ethnobotany and all. Blindly, I cannot suggest, but if he need, he can write back to me. I can ask some taxonomists or ethnobotanists who are working on it, and then I can communicate.
Okay, okay. So, in this way, your lecture is all over, and whatever the questions and doubt arises already we addressed, and you answered to all the questions. So, thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable experience and giving your valuable time to our participant, and enriching them by your vast knowledge and experience. So on the behalf of the HRDC Mizoram University, I would like to give my heartfelt thanks to you for accepting our invitation. Sir, office will contact you. Already you are from our system, so you know the fiability and other things. So office will contact you for official procedure. So thank you. And dear participant, in this way today all the sessions we completed. Again tomorrow morning 10 o'clock we will start as usual our class. So for today, good night, stay happy. Okay, tomorrow morning again we will meet 10 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
So Bhatmandu sir,
हाँ जी,
एक दो जो था थोड़ा चेंजेज मैं आपको भेज दिया था,
हाँ,
ठीक है। तो
ओके ओके,
हमें है कि ऑलरेडी आप कर रहे होंगे, क्योंकि मैं वहाँ भी मीटिंग लंच के बाद आप निकल गए तो हमसे बात नहीं हो पाया फिर। तो आज नेक्स्ट वीक के लिए आपको प्लान करना है।
हाँ हाँ, ठीक है ठीक है,
ठीक है, तो आप अपने हिसाब से जो होगा जो है,
ओके ओके,
ठीक है, क्योंकि मोस्ट प्रोबेबली संडे को आपको नेक्स्ट वीक का देना होगा, क्योंकि वो लिंक में उसको
Create
फिट
करना
करना
होगा।
होगा मंडे के लिए।
ओके ओके,
तो हमें लगता है संडे मंडे का तो हम लोग फिट कर ही दिए हैं, लेकिन 1 वीक का वो अगर देना होगा तो आप बीच में जो भी होगा वो कंसल्ट कर लीजिएगा नेक्स्ट वीक वाला।
ओके ओके।
ठीक है, ठीक है।